so far I was not sharing my screen, but now I have shared it with you. So is it visible to you now?
Yes,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
it's
It's now it's fine. Now
Great,
it's fine.
great,
Thank you.
great. Welcome. So now understand this. When you are working on a metric that you want to reduce, you want to see always to be reducing, so that then USL will be applicable. So like we are taking here the example of count of defects. So let's say you want to reduce the count of defect, the average count of defects for each employee in your production unit. And so far the average count of defects is 12 for each employee. So you would like to set a target to bring down the count of defect for each employee 9. 9 is here what? 9 is the upper specification limit, because you have specified the upper side limit to create a defect for each employee. Yes. For another example, like for pizza delivery process. Pizza delivery process. So what is the timeline to deliver the pizza? What is the time limit? What is the time limit? Guys, can you please be on mute? Guys, I request you to be on mute, please. Thank you. What is the time limit to deliver the pizza? For pizza delivery process, what is the time limit, my friends? Anybody of you, please, anybody of you can give me the answer.
10 to 15
What
minutes.
is, no, my friend, that's a 30 minutes. For pizza delivery, that's a 30 minutes. If the pizza delivery gets delayed more than
One
30
hour?
minutes,
1 hour?
not 1 hour. No, that's a 30 minutes. That's a 30 minutes. If the pizza delivery will be delayed more than 30 minutes, that will be free for you. The cost will be bared by the pizza outlet itself. Yeah. So what is in pizza delivery process, what is the upper specification limit, upper side specification limit to deliver the pizza? 30 minutes. If any pizza will be delivered more than 30 minutes, that will be considered as a defect by the pizza outlet. Yes.
yes.
Similarly, lower specification limit. What is the lower specification limit? When you would like to set a lower side specification limit for any metric while initiating a project. Let's say you are initiating a project for what? You want to increase the collection score of the process, or you want to increase the sales score of the
Sorry,
process.
Sandra.
Yep. Yes,
Your
please.
screen actually not on the slideshow, and it's been stuck on number three.
On number three. Yes. So I'm still showing you the number three, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still showing you the number three. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, but I'm giving you different examples on the basis of this screen. Okay. So what do you understand by lower specification limit? So lower specification limit, when you are working on such metric that you would like to see always to be increasing. So if you are working on a metric like quality score, so you would like to increase, you would like to see increasing the quality score or decreasing quality score? Of course, increasing. If you are working for your organization, for your department or the process to increase the customer satisfaction score, so you would like to see the customer satisfaction score to be increasing or decreasing? Of course, to be increasing. If you would like to work on net promoter score, net promoter score is also a metric that works for that works like customer satisfaction score. So that metric should also be in increasing way. So when you are working on the metric that you would like to see always to be increasing, then lower specification limit will be applicable. Okay. Like for quality score, for quality score, let's say your management has instructed you that you have to initiate a project to increase the quality score of the of the process. Now the current, so first of all, you would like to see, you would like to do the analysis of the current quality score, that what is the current quality score of the process. So let's say the current quality score of the process is, let's say 80%, right? 80%. And this is the average quality score which is being given by each employee on daily basis. So now you would like to increase it from 80% till 85% or 90%. Yeah. So if you will increase the quality score of each employee in your production unit on daily basis from 80% till 85%, that will be, that 85% will be lower specification limit. Why that will be lower specification limit? Because you have specified here the lower side specification limit to be performed by each employee in the production unit on daily basis. So on any day, if any employee gives you the quality score below than 85%, that will be a defect for you as per the criteria of the project that you have initiated to increase the quality score. So in that case, lower specification limit will be applicable. So have you understood now when the lower specification limit will be applicable and when the upper specification limit will be applicable?
Yes.
Yes, when you are working on a metric that you would like to see always to be increasing, then lower specification limit will be applicable. When you are working on a metric, on a CTQ, critical to quality, that you would like to always to be decreasing, then USL will be applicable. Upper specification limit will be applicable. Okay. So now we were discussing about that what is Z score, what is process capability. So when we are working on a metric that we would like to see always to be increasing, then we have to count the number of sigma. We have to count the number of sigma between where? Between Z score is what? Z score, the number of sigma values. The number of sigma values are what? The number of sigma values are the number of standard deviations. And if we want to measure the process capability of any metric, so we have to count the number of standard deviations. And these standard deviations must be in between the upper specification limit and the mean of the metric on which you are initiating the project. Or the number of standard deviation must be counted between the average and the lower specification limit of the metric, or the number of standard deviation must be counted between the upper specification limit and the lower specification limit of the metric on which you are initiating the project. Have you understood this or not? Guys, if you haven't understood, I can explain it to you again.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, see, what is the Z score? Z score is a scale which provides us or which facilitates us to measure the capability of any process. Please give me the example, give me the metric from your own process so that I can quote you the example and you can have a better comprehension. Anybody of you, please tell me about your process, about your profile, what actually you are doing right now. Anybody of you, my friend?
I think there is no complication. This is Six Sigma working on the base of control chart. No?
Yes, that's we can. Yeah, yes, you are correct. But in control chart, there are several ways of calculating the control limits, right?
Yeah.
So no problem. But yes, Six Sigma, you are correct. The Six Sigma like a control chart. So we have to identify whether how many data points are falling between the six standard deviations or Six Sigma on both sides of the mean. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I think
okay.
this is clear. You can proceed further. No problem.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, let me explain it to you once again. Guys, please be on mute. I request to all of you, please be on mute because I'm
Sir.
getting so much noise.
Yeah,
Yes.
sir. Actually, what is the purpose to introduce the Six Sigma in the current market right now?
Okay. The purpose, my friend, the purpose of the Six Sigma is of creating a defect-free product. That how efficient your process is, how efficient your process is in creating a defect-free production. So that can be measured with the help of Sigma. Okay, so now by measuring the z-score, we can identify the count of sigma, the number of standard deviations, and by counting the number of standard deviation between USL and mean of any metric, or between mean and LSL of any metric, or between USL and LSL of any metric, that is called the sigma level. Okay, now like this is here, I have quoted you many examples, but let me explain you once again. If for any process where let's say we because I have explained you the pizza delivery process here. So for the pizza delivery process, there is a upper specification limit to deliver the every pizza. So each pizza must be delivered within 30 minutes. So if this is the 30, and let's say for yesterday, let's say we go to some pizza outlet, okay, and we place an order for pizza, and serving the pizza, that took such a long time. Then once the pizza was delivered to us, we started yelling on the pizza outlet manager that this is the way of delivering the pizza. How, why did you take so much time? Why did you take such a long time in delivering the pizza? Would be better if we would have been at our home and then place the request for pizza rather than coming at your pizza outlet. So the pizza outlet manager said that yes, sir, there is a issue with the pizza delivery process. So during the conversation, that pizza delivery manager came to know that we are the Six Sigma professional. He asked, "Sir, would you help me out with the pizza delivery process? How to fix this issue?" So we said that okay, please give us the data. So that pizza delivery manager gave us the data. That pizza delivery manager gave us the data of what? Of pizza delivery. Okay, and he gave us the data of yesterday. All the pizza had been delivered. Yes. So now let's, by taking that data, what we did, we calculated from the data the standard deviation, that what was the standard deviation, and as well as the average time of the pizza delivery for each pizza delivery. Okay, the average time for the each pizza delivery, and we knew the upper specification limit is the 30-minute here. So what we will do to measure the process capability of that pizza delivery process, we would identify the count of standard deviation between 30 minutes and whatever be the average pizza time of delivering the each pizza. So that will be the process capability of that pizza delivery process. Have you understood this or not? Okay, so that's how we measure the process capability. Simply we have to measure the process capability by identifying the average of the data, by identifying the average of the data set, and by identifying the upper specification limit or the lower specification limit. Okay, because always both specification limit will not be applicable on the metric. Always both specification limits will not be applicable on the metric. Okay, sometimes USL will be applicable and sometimes LSL will be applicable, but there are such kind of metrics also where both specification limits will be applicable. Okay, so when I'm working on a metric where USL is applicable, so to measure the process capability of that particular metric, I will identify or I will count the standard deviation between USL and mean. When I'm working on a metric where the LSL is applicable, I will identify or count the standard deviation between mean and lower specification limit of that metric. Or when I'm working on a metric where LSL and USL both are applicable, then I have to count the standard deviation between USL and LSL of that metric. Okay, like one of you was asking that what is the use of Six Sigma. So my friend, Six Sigma can be used to create or to develop my process in or to improve the efficiency of my process. Okay, so this is a table. This is a table. Though we have such a big table which is called a Z table, which is called a Z table. But from that table, I have extracted some examples for you. So if any process is running at 1 sigma level, if any process is running at 1 sigma level, so what will be the count of defects? What will be the count of defects? Count of defects will be 6,91,462 defects per million opportunity. DPMO means here, DPMO stands for defects per million opportunities. Okay, if any process runs at 1 sigma level, 6,91,462 will be the defect rate per million opportunity for that process. Okay, and what will be the efficiency percentage? Efficiency, the yield percentage or the efficiency percentage, 30.85%. That means almost 70%, almost 70% of the production will be of no use, will be defective. Okay, if any process is running at 2 sigma level, if any process is running at 2 sigma level, what will be the count of defects per million opportunity? The count of defects will be 3,05,538. And what will be the efficiency percentage of that process? The efficiency percentage will be 69.146%. Almost 30% production will be defective of that process. If any process is running at 3 sigma level, guys, I request you please be on mute because we are getting noise here.
So
Guys,
you
if
can,
I
sir, you cannot have the option to mute everyone,
don't think that I'm getting the option
because
that can hear.
there is a one guy from joining. He cannot
Yes,
mute and
I think I'm getting here mute. Okay,
yes, that is
okay.
the now
Irfan
muted.
Ali, yeah, Irfan is quiet now. Okay, right. So now, if any process is running at 3 sigma level, if any process is running at 3 sigma level, so what will be the count of defect? The count of defects will be 66,807 per million opportunity. Okay, and what will be the efficiency percentage of that process? The efficiency percentage of that process will be 93.319%. So what will be the defective production rate? The defective production rate will be almost 7% from that process. Okay, if any process is running at 4 sigma level, so what will be the defect count of defects at 1 million opportunities? So the count of defects will be 6,210. Okay, at 1 million opportunity. And what will be the rate of defective production? Almost 1%, because 99% is the efficiency rate. So efficiency means the correct production or the defect free production. So 1%, almost, even this, that will be lesser than 1, but let's consider 1. Okay, so lesser than 1 will be the defective percentage. Okay, if any process is running at 5 sigma level, so what will be the count of defects at 1 million opportunities? So the count of defects will be 233 at 1 million opportunity, right? And the efficiency percentage or the defect free percentage will be 99.9767%. Yeah, again, lesser than 1% will be the defect free defective production. If any process is running at 6 sigma level, so what will be the count of defects at 1 million opportunity? So 3.4 defects will happen at 1 million opportunity, and the efficiency percentage of the process will be 99.9997%. Yes, but now the question arises, because we are getting 99% efficiency at 4 sigma level, at 5 sigma level, at 6 sigma level. So what's the sense of achieving 6 sigma? Why don't we run my process, or why don't we run our processes at 4 sigma level? Because out of 100, 99 are the correct, only one product is the defective. So what's harm in that? Why don't we run our process at 4 sigma level? Or why don't we try to achieve 4 sigma and get satisfied? Why do we try to get the sigma level of 6? Yes, so this is because, as per the nature of the product, the nature of the services, Okay, this is not mandatory for all the industries to run their processes at Six Sigma level. No, this is not mandatory at all. If we know about the baggage handling process at the airport, the baggage handling process at the airport, what is the Sigma benchmarking for them? 3.5. They run their process at 3.5 Sigma level. Why? Because while checking the luggage and the bag, if they damage your luggage or the bag, they can compensate by paying you some amount. Yes, so the severity or the criticality is not very much higher. If the service gets failed, how much will be the severe impact on the end user? But the same thing, let's say if you are working with the DRDO or the ISRO or with NASA, okay, and just you are going to test some shuttle flight or some missile like that. Okay, let's say you are working with some agency who is dealing with some nuclear weapon, and now you are going to test that nuclear weapon. And if that test gets failed, how severe impact will be? Yeah, the severity of the impact will be much higher. So in that process, the Sigma level will also be very higher. Even they do not think about Six Sigma. They will work at 11 or 12 Sigma level. Yes, but that doesn't mean, let's say, for example, for NASA, they work at 14 or 15 Sigma level. Okay, but is it mean that all the processes in NASA agency are running at Six Sigma or 11 or 15 Sigma level? No, only their shuttle launching process could be on 14 or 15 Sigma level. Okay, their HR department, their admin department, there is no sense of achieving Six Sigma or 14 Sigma or 15 Sigma. Okay, so this is not mandatory for all the industries to run their processes at Six Sigma or 14 Sigma, 15 Sigma. It depends on the nature of the product or the service. Okay, if that gets failed, how severe impact will be on the end user? If we talk about the medicine manufacturing industry, medicine preparing industry, so they work higher than Six Sigma level, because if just by mistakenly the salt was added to some of the medicine in an inappropriate amount, and some patient has taken that medicine to cure the disease, rather than curing the disease, that medicine will side effect to that particular patient. Yes, and might be that with the very severe amount of side effect, due to the severe effect of side effect, that patient will be no more. So will that medicine prepare company be able to reimburse the life to his family or her family? No. So similarly, the Sigma level is defined as per the severity and criticality effect of if that service or the product gets failed on the end user. So that's why we try in normal case, we try to achieve the Six Sigma. Now, these are some examples for you. Like this is the example: pieces of your mail lost per year. So let's say in an year you are sending how many mails? 1600 mail you are sending. So if that process of mail transaction is running at 1 Sigma level, so out of 1600, how many mails will be failed? 1106. If the same process runs at 3 Sigma level, how many mails will be failed? 107 out of 1600. If the same process runs at 6 Sigma level, how many mails will be failed? Less than 1. Yes. So this is the answer. One of the gentlemen was asking that what the sense of Six Sigma. So my friend, this is the with the examples I'm trying to explain you here. Okay. Now, number of aircraft takeoff or landing incidents. So number of aircraft takeoff or landing incidents, assuming one takeoff and landing per flight as a round trip here. Okay, so if the process of aircraft landing and taking off is running at 1 Sigma level, so what will be the percentage of flight crashing? 25% of every 10 flights. If that process is running at 1 Sigma level, 25 times or 25% of every 10 flights, almost 3 flights, will not be able to take off or will not be able to land properly. If the same process is running at 3 sigma level, 24 times out of every 100 flights will not be able to take off properly or will not be able to land properly. If the same process is running at if the same process is running at 6 sigma level, 6 sigma, so what will be the count of crashing flights? So the count of crashing flights will be 12 at every million flights, per million flights. Okay, so these are the examples. Okay, now because Six Sigma has an evolutionary journey, evolutionary developing, so there are it has several scholars and writers who have explained Six Sigma in a different ways. Okay, so some of the writers and scholars have explained Six Sigma in a different way. So first of all, what is Six Sigma? So as I have explained you with the example that what is Six Sigma, now is it visible to you guys?
Yes, sir, I have a question, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, sir, this is Khalil, and I am working for one of British company in HR department as
Okay.
HR executive, and
Yes.
I am also having a chance to enroll the course with the IMC Six Sigma Green Belt. So
Voice Six.
how can it work for HR department specifically? My question is that actually basically. Can
Okay,
you
so
please
Khalil,
quote
because you
the
are in
quote the example for HR section especially?
yes, my friend. So first of all, you are into recruiting.
Yeah, recruitment policy procedures and all activities which is
Okay.
we are
Okay.
dealing with
So let's
training
take
and
an example of
procedures, everything
recruiting.
is there.
Yeah, true.
Hi,
So let's
sir.
take an
I
example.
am Bilal. I'm from Lahore.
Yes. Hi, Bilal.
Hi,
Yes.
sir. Listen to
Yeah.
me. Sorry, I am interrupting you. Apologize
That's
to
okay.
you.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Sir, I
okay.
have a question because I have raised a hand for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
My question was that because as you have mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
that in pharmaceutical companies that you have mentioned, we have to work beyond the Six Sigma levels. So my
Yes.
question is that when we are working in nursing homes and like healthcare settings or
Yeah.
hospital or allied health management or laboratory, so what kind of the levels we have to do and what is the like the stuff which is required for the levels of these sigmas, so we have to prepare or we have to manage at that kind of setting. So kindly mention these because you as you have mentioned
Yeah.
the pharmaceuticals but you didn't mention the
Exactly.
hospital care
The
settings
medicine. Yeah, the medicine
and
preparing industries.
yes,
That
exactly
was
my
for the
question was
physical.
medicine and
Yeah.
for the allied health professionals and for the all the medicine professionals. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
So for that, Bilal, okay, just I'm very sorry because the gentleman who was asking his question before Bilal, just I'll give you the answer on your recruiting also. So Bilal, in pharmaceutical company or in healthcare industry, because there are different processes in healthcare industry, right? So as I quoted you the example on medicine preparing. So in medicine preparing, there is a specific line that medicine is being used for the patients, right? So in hospital there are several processes in different processes. So in hospital, the process which is being performed for the operation of the patient, that must be at a very higher level, that must be more than Six Sigma level, right? But there are several processes, or some of the processes could be in the hospital, like you have to check the patient whether the patient is available or not, or then you have to check with the staff whether staff is also ready or not. Then you have to inform to the staff that patient is available, now just go and just perform the checkup and whatever they want to do, and then further report giving to the customer. So you can work on these different activities, because process, what is process? Process is a set of activity. Okay, and if any of the activity is getting failed, your entire process will also be failed. Okay, so here we can focus the activity. what activity is not being performed as per the set benchmark. Okay, so in hospitals we can be very strict with the activities which are being performed where the human life risk is involved. Okay, like the operation, okay, or several type of test. Okay, so if you are dealing with such kind of test or the operations of the patients, so that could be higher than Six Sigma. But the activities where you are dealing with whether just you have to check whether the patient is available or not, or patient you have to supply the reports of the test, and there are several activities. So there is no need of achieving 18 or 14 or 15 sigma level. If you achieve 6 sigma, that will be sufficient for you. Yes, Bilal?
Sir, I have a sorry, I'm interrupting you again.
Uh-huh.
I want to ask that the medical coding, because which is
Mhm,
introduced recently in UK and USA countries. Sorry, my
mhm.
question is out of the range, but because
Okay. Still, I'm trying to answer.
thought that it
Yes.
is the time. Okay, it is a time of the need because every healthcare professional don't know about the Six Sigma level here in our country. I don't know the people which are including today's session. They also know because definitely they are attending this session. So I
Yeah.
want to ask that medical coding, because it's also a procedure. Also, it's belong to computer settings, but it also belong to procedure of the patient caring like. So we have
Mhm,
to allow different kinds of coding. I think it will
mhm.
be included in the Sigma levels. So,
Yeah.
and I have a request in favor of you. Please conduct a separate session for the healthcare professionals for the Six Sigma levels, because in our country, or I don't know, in India, there is no
Mhm.
several kind of information settings, or no any kind of sessions which are for the healthcare providers at Six Sigma levels. I think
True.
white belt is a basic level, and
Yellow belt. Yellow
it's
belt, my friend.
available. But up
Yeah.
to, yes, yellow belt, white belt, and up to several specialized level, there is no any kind of setting or no any kind of awareness about that healthcare for the healthcare
Yeah.
providers.
True, true. So
Okay,
Bilal, for that,
thank
I
you very
would
much, sir.
suggest you, yes, you are welcome. So Bilal, for that, I would suggest you to go with the Six Sigma Black Belt course. Okay, so there'll be no any session like,
Okay,
because this is just for the normal session for all the people, even
okay,
whether they are belong
okay,
to the Six Sigma industry or non, they do not belong to the Six Sigma industry. Okay, so but if you want to understand this concept in a better way, or you want to implement subsequently in your organization or in the department where you are working, so I suggest you to go with the Six Sigma
yes,
Black Belt. Okay, then you will be able to understand,
so,
or you will have a better comprehension about it. Okay, my friend, because
okay.
this is just an
In your
overview.
institution, you're providing.
Yes, of course. IMC is providing you Six Sigma yellow belt, green belt, black belt, master black belt, PMP. Yes.
Okay, okay, that's
Yeah.
very
So
good. That's
once,
very good.
yes, because once you will start covering all those topics sequentially one by one, because this is just an overview part. So in overview part, you will not be able to understand this
Yes, yes, yes.
in that much of
I-
depth. Yeah. But once you go with the Six Sigma black
Yes,
belt,
yes.
then while during the
Okay,
course of that program, also you will have an option of doing a dummy project
okay,
So once you will perform all
okay,
those learnings on that dummy project, you will be able to understand how to implement these in your current profile.
okay,
Okay.
okay. That's very good.
Yes.
That will be very good for
Yeah.
us. Yes.
Yeah. So now before you,
Thank
just
you,
one
sir.
of the
Sorry, really
oh,
sorry for
thank you,
interrupting.
thank you, my friend, you're welcome. So one of the gentlemen was asking
Sorry,
about
continue.
yeah, so one of the gentlemen you have to fill this position in next
No
one
voice.
week or 3 days or 7 days. Yeah. So while receiving such request, are you able to meet your relevant stakeholders requirement? Means, were you able to fix those positions, were you able to fill those positions within the limited time frame, like 3 days, 7 days, 1 week, 2 week, like that? Yeah. So there could be several issues that you could not fill those all requirements in the limited time frame. Why? because you might have not received the correct job description from the relevant department, right? So might be you have received the correct job description, but further you might have not supplied that to the relevant agencies or relevant vendors to find out the relevant candidate. Must be you have supplied to the relevant candidates, yeah, but might be you have not the right screening pattern to screen out the candidates, yeah. So that's why you could not hire the right person. Yes. So there are, as I told you, a process is a set of activities. So I have to fix the set of activities that where we are lacking or where the waste or the where the defects are sitting at in the process, at which activity. Then we have to identify the root cause. By identifying the root cause, then we have to fix by developing the relevant action plan. By developing the action plan, once we fix those factors or those defects areas, then my process my processes get streamlined, and that brings the improvement in the processes. Okay, the gentleman who was asking about the recruitment department, hiring department, could I answer your question,
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's all about to
Khalil?
the link with the roots, which is we discussed
Yes,
already.
root.
LS, LSL or USL, right?
USL and LSL. Yes, upper
Yeah.
specification
I
and
got
lower
your point. I got.
specification. Yes. Okay. So because in hiring department, just simply we can say that I'm working for the hiring department, but but in hiring department we have a set of activities, isn't it?
Yep.
So I don't know at which activity the defect is sitting. So we have to identify those defects and we have to develop the relevant action plan, and then subsequent we perform the audit and control mechanism. We have to enable the control mechanism. We have to enable the audit mechanism, and then we are able to sustain that improvement. So
Okay.
Six Sigma
Thank you so much.
overview. What is Six Sigma? Oh, welcome, my friend. So what is Six Sigma? So several writers, scholars have explained, use Six Sigma in several ways, and Six Sigma has had its own evolutionary journey. So today there are multifaceted usage of Six Sigma as a problem solving methodology, as a metric, as a philosophy, and as a management system. So some of the writers and scholars have explained the Six Sigma as a problem solving methodology. Why did they say so? They they said the Six Sigma as a problem solving methodology, and they tried to explain it by this equation, which is y is equal to fx. So what does it talk about? This is an equation. So y is here. Y is here what? Y is the issue. Let's say hiring time is the issue. Okay. Hiring time is the issue in my department, that I'm not able to fill all the positions in the limited time frame which was given to me by the management. So now I have to identify the root cause, that what are the root cause. So for those root causes, I have to perform several activities to identify the root cause, like brainstorming, FMEA, flowchart. There are several approaches of identifying the root cause. Then I will identify the root cause, and by identifying the root cause, I'll develop the action plan for those vital root causes. If I will be able to fix those root causes, automatically my y will be fixed, because this is the output. Y is always the output of process input. These are the process inputs. Okay, input processes. Okay, y is always dependent on factors. Factors are always independent. Okay, this is always effect. These are the causes. This is the symptom. This is the problem. Y will never be the problem. Y can be monitored, it can never be controlled, but these causes can be controlled. Okay, so let's see.
Excuse me,
You
sir.
go to the, yes please.
So I cannot see the equation y is equal to fx like this.
Really,
I am
is it only
just
with you
seeing
or
the
not?
slide number 7.
No, my friend.
Yeah.
So is it only for this gentleman?
Slide number 7 only.
Or,
Same here.
We all are
The
looking on slide
presentation.
number 7.
okay, just give me a sec, please. Is it visible to you now?
Yeah, now it is okay. Now it's
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Great.
Thank you.
perfect. Perfect.
Yeah. So y is equal to fx. Okay. So y is here the symptom. See, whenever you visit to the doctor, whenever you visit to the doctor and you say to the doctor that I have been suffering from fever. So what the doctor asks, the doctor will ask, okay, what did you do yesterday? For how many hours did you sleep? What did you eat yesterday and all? Yes, why? Because he is not trying to cure your fever. He's trying to identify the root cause, that why you have been suffering from fever. What are the root causes? And then he will cure those root causes, not the fever, because fever is never a disease. Fever is a symptom, isn't it? Right. So similarly, while working on any project, while initiating a project, and this is my why, if this is my why, so what I'll do here, I'll identify the root cause. By identifying the root cause, I'll develop the action plan. I'll develop the action plan for those contributing factors. And by developing the action plan, I will try to fix those contributing factors, not the why, because why is just the outcome of all these input process inputs, right? So y will always be dependent on my causes. Y will always be output of the input process. Y will always be effect of the causes. Y is symptom of the problem. Okay, and y can be monitored, it can never be controlled, whereas these contributing factors can be controlled. Yeah. So that's why some of the writers and scholars explain the Six Sigma as a problem solving methodology. Why? Because instead of trying to fix the problem, instead of trying to fix the issue superficially, we trying we try to identify the contributing factors, and by identifying the contributing factors, we develop the action plan for all those vital acts factors that my y gets permanently improved. So that's why some of the writers and scholars have explained the Six Sigma as a problem solving methodology. Now further, some of the writers and scholars have explained Six Sigma as a philosophy. Some of the writers and scholars have explained Six Sigma as a philosophy. So what's the difference between philosophy and methodology? Methodology is called a tools and techniques enabled, whereas philosophy is just an idea. Philosophy is just a concept. So some of the writers and scholars have explained Six Sigma as a philosophy. Why did they say so? To support their statement, they gave these pillars, that this is a customer focused approach. This is an employee engagement activity. This is distest to defect and variation. This is used to remove the defect and to reduce the variation from the processes. So that's why they said the Six Sigma, Six Sigma as a philosophy. Okay, Six Sigma as a philosophy, they said, because this is a customer focused approach, no matter how fantastic product you are manufacturing, you are creating, no matter how useful resources you have deployed to manufacture or to deliver some service, if that product or the service is not useful or is not meeting customers requirement, that product is none of use. So that's why they said that first of all, you have to identify the customer's requirement. You have to capture the customer's need to initiate a Six Sigma project. Then further, they said this is an employee engagement activity. Okay, guys, if you are initiating a project, if you are initiating a Six Sigma project, and if you are not engaging with the ground level team, 99% your project will be failed. 99% your project will be failed, because let me explain you from here. A critical success factor for success of Six Sigma initiative has always been the participation of the ground team. When you are initiating a Six Sigma project, you have to engage with the ground level team. Participation of the on the ground team is imperative. This is compulsory, as they are the closest to business, interface to the customer, closest to process bottleneck, etc. And hence they are the ones who can give you the correct potential causes. Let me explain you. Let me tell you a story about it. Guys, there was a museum. Once upon a time, there was a museum in France, and the problem with that museum was the management needed to repaint that museum at the interval of every 3 months. So what happened? Once upon a time, they hired a manager. They hired a manager, and just they were discussing about the same issue, that now again we have to repaint the museum, and again we have to shut it down for next 2 3 weeks. No revenue will be generated, no visitors will be allowed inside the museum, so no business will be there, but still we have to repaint the museum, so that will be cost to the company, or that will be cost to the museum. So how to fix it? New hired manager asked to the management, is it happening the first time here? The management said, no, this is this is just ongoing activity. So that new hired manager asked, so how did you fix it the last time? So the management said, just nothing, we got it repainted. He said, okay. And how did you fix it the last to last time? They said the same answer, just we got it repainted. That new hired manager said, this is not the this is not the correct fixing, or this is not the permanent fixing, just you are fixing is it temporarily. So how to fix it now? Management asked. That new hired manager said that, okay, let's discuss it tomorrow. Now tomorrow, that new hired manager conducted a meeting, and in that meeting he started asking one by one to all the top leaders, that, okay gentlemen, what do you think, what do we need to repaint the museum at an interval of 3 months? So someone said, just because of the poor quality of the whitewashing material. Someone said, just because of the building is very old. Someone said something, someone said something. So what he did, new hired manager, just he made a note of all the potential causes, and by capturing all the potential causes, he went back into his cabin and started working on all those captured potential causes. So first of all, he started working on the poor quality of the whitewashing material. Then he made a call to the vendor from where they used to bring the whitewashing material, and he asked where all he was supplying his whitewashing material. He gave him the detail. That new hired manager asked to all vendors customers, that when did they repaint their buildings the last time? All of them gave him the answer, like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago. No, none of them gave him the answer that they repainted their building in last 3 months, 2 months, or 6 months. So he came to know that there is no issue with the whitewashing material. Then he started working on the another cause. What was that? The old building, the age of the building. Okay. Then he came to know that what is the age of this building. So let's say 30 years old. Then he started working on the in identifying the age of the other buildings in the same vicinity or the locality. So he came to know the other buildings were also of the same age, like 30 years, 25, 35, like that. And none of the buildings besides him, none of the buildings were repainted in last 1 year. So he came to know that this is also not the right cause of repainting the of age of the building. Then he got exhausted, and what he did, he made a call to the experts, and he asked to the experts by explaining each and everything. Experts explained him that this is the climatic condition. This could be the issue of climatic condition. He put down the phone and started thinking that climatic condition, why climatic condition is only for my building, not for the others building in the same vicinity. Again, this was also not the right cause. Then he got fed up, and he went to the cafeteria of the same museum. He sat down there. Caretaker walked up to him and asked that, sir, you are looking very tensed. How can I help you? He said, just nothing. This is not your cup of tea. You go from here. But still, that caretaker asked, sir, how can I help you? Would you like to have some coffee or some tea? That new hired manager said that, okay, just bring me a coffee. That caretaker served him a coffee and asked again, sir, would you like to share the problem with me? That new hired manager thought that, okay, if he is asking again and again, or he is insisting again and again, so let's share. He said to that caretaker that I'm just fed up, because I'm not able to identify the reason that why do we need to repaint the museum at an interval of every 3 months. Do you know the answer? That caretaker said that, yes, sir, I know the answer. And by hearing this, that new hired manager got shocked. He asked, okay, do you know the answer? Even the vice president, the senior manager, the assistant president, nobody knows the answer, but you know the answer. Okay, just give me the answer quickly. He said, sir, because we apply chemical on the walls while cleaning them. He said, are you stupid? Why do you apply chemical on the wall? Just stop applying chemical on the wall from today onwards. Because don't you know this harms the paint? That caretaker said, sir, of course I know this harms the paint, but don't you want to know why do we apply chemical on the wall? He said, okay, just give me the answer. That caretaker said, sir, because we apply chemical on the wall, we have several pigeons and birds here, and they keep littering around the wall the whole day. And at the end of the day, this is not possible to clean the wall with just plain or simple water. That's why we have to apply chemical on the wall. That new hired manager said, okay, so why don't you throw them out of the museum? Just throw them out. That caretaker said, sir, we have did it several times, but don't you want to know why do they come back? He asked. The new hired manager asked, okay, why do they come back? The caretaker said, sir, because of easy food and easy shelter. He asked, what do you mean by easy food and easy shelter? That new hired manager, that the caretaker said, sir, because the people come here to visit the museum. And while visiting here, they keep eating lays, chips, chocolates, and while eating, they keep scattering them here and there. So this is the easy food for them. Also, this attracts the other ants, spiders, and insects, and these other ants, spiders, and insects also the easy food for the pigeons and birds. So that's why they do not go from here. He said, okay. And what do you mean by easy shelter? He said, sir, because this is a very old building, and being an old building, it is very easy for them to create their nest, so they never go from here. He said, okay. Now he identified the root cause. What he did, the new hired manager, he came to the next day to the office and he created a policy. What policy he created? He created that none of the visitors will be allowed with the eatable stuff inside the museum. This was the first control he created. And now he called up the pest control team. He applied pest control everywhere in the museum. Now he called up the whitewashing team and he whitewashed the entire museum. Now this time the paint lasted for 5 years. So the moral of the story, until you engage with the ground level team, you will not be able to identify the exact bottlenecks in the processes, exact root cause in the processes. So while initiating a Six Sigma project, we have to engage with the ground level team, because these are the people who are interfacing to the customer, closest to the process bottlenecks. These are the people who can give us the actual bottlenecks in the processes. Okay. And Six Sigma is a approach which can be used to reduce the defect and to remove or to reduce the variation from the processes. So that's why scholars and writers have explained it as a philosophy. Okay. Some of the writers and scholars have explained it as a metric, Six Sigma as a metric, as a common yardstick of measurement of business processes. So why did they say so? Because as I explained you just a few minutes ago as well, no matter the type and size and nature of the metric or the process, if you want to measure the capability of any process, you have to identify the Z score or the DPMO. Like if you have to measure the HR department's process capability, HR department, the hiring department, you will, of course, you will measure the Z score. You have to measure the process capability of the quality department in your organization. Of course, you will measure the Z score. You have to identify the process capability of the production in your organization. You have to measure the Z score. So this is a common yardstick, common scale. Okay. So Six Sigma also says what you cannot measure, you cannot improve. Why you cannot improve? because this is a statistical approach. Six Sigma is an statistical approach. Until you have a data, you can't improve it. If somehow you improve it, how will you validate without any data? If someone says you that he is happy, and just 15 minutes later again he says you that he is more than happy, he is happy more than before, so how would you validate? Because without any statistical information, without any data, how will we validate? Yes, how much he was happy before and how much he is happy now. Yes, so what you cannot measure, you cannot improve. Okay, so this is the Six Sigma as a common yardstick says here. Some of the writers and scholars have explained Six Sigma as a management system. Six Sigma as a management system. Why? Because Six Sigma as a management system talks about the three different frameworks. These frameworks are DMAC, DMADV, and DFSS. So DMAC, DMAIC. So this framework is used for DMAC: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Okay, DMADV is used for define, measure, analyze, design, and verify. DFSS is used for design for Six Sigma. So the full form of DMAC is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. DMADV, this stands for define, measure, analyze, design, and verify. DFSS is used for design for Six Sigma. If all these frameworks are used to remove the defects or to reduce the variation from the processes, then why these are different then? Yes, this could be the question. Why these are different? So DMAC is a framework which is used for existing processes. For existing processes, like right now, we all are working with some organization, with some agencies, right? So if you would like to fix the issues in your current organization, in your current processes, in your existing processes, then you will use DMAC framework. Okay, DMADV framework can be used when you are working on some new launching product or the processes, or you are working to set up uh, a new process or the new product. You are going to launch a new product, then you will use the DMADV framework. DFSS will be used for the automation. When you have to automate the process, then this framework will be used. So this framework can be used independently. This can also be used independently, but this cannot be used independently because you would like to automate the process, either the existing or the newer one. And for the existing, you are using this framework. For the newer one, you are using this framework. So for the automation, this framework can be used either with the DMAC or with the DMADV. In which phase of the DMAC we can automate the process? In improve phase, we can automate the process. In which phase of DMADV framework we can automate the process? In design phase, we can automate the process. And this is already DFSS, designed for Six Sigma, which is used for the automation. Okay, if you have any question up to here, you may ask, please. No question? Okay. Now, what we do in DMAC framework, because if anybody of you gets enrolled for Six Sigma green belt, Six Sigma black belt, so which framework you will cover? The framework will be covered by you will be DMAC. Okay, whenever you will get enrolled in with any of the consulting firm like IMC or with any of the consulting firm, so you will get a certificate of Six Sigma green belt certified or Six Sigma black belt certified for this framework, DMAC framework. Okay, so what does it mean by define, measure, analyze, improve, and control? So let me explain you in detail what does it mean by all these phases. But before that,
Sir,
yes, please. Yes, Khalil.
yeah, as you quote the example of museum,
Yes.
while working with the multinational company which is working for 3 to 4 for example 3 to 4 countries, and
Yeah.
each country is having they having around 4,000 more than 4,000 manpower. So
Manpower. Yeah.
how can we go for how can we go for the bottom line to improve our quality?
How many departments are there, my friend?
Means I'm talking about specifically. I'm talking about from HR.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to know only about the HR or for the manpower?
No, you can. We can discuss on the manpower, or we can discuss on the also. Because my question is, as you quoted the example of museum, so we
Mhm.
get they get it resolved from the bottom line,
Bottom line,
means
yes.
from the lower, yeah,
Yes.
from the lower
Yeah.
employee.
Mhm.
So how can we get the let's quote the example, if the company is working for with the more than 4,000 manpower in the region,
True.
and
Mhm.
how we can get the means like a feedback from the bottom line.
Mhm. Right. So, what issue you are trying to fix there? First of all, you have to identify the CTQ here. What issue out of those 4,000 people? What issue
Mhm.
are you trying to fix? So first of all, we have to identify that metric. We have to identify the CTQ. Once you will identify that CTQ, then you can go with the brainstorming session, with the FMEA, with the flowchart, with the SciPoc, with the mathematical function. There are several approaches of identifying the potential causes. So give me the example. What are you trying to fix there? What issue you are trying to fix for those 4,000 people?
Some are having because the as working in the which companies normally working in the UAE, they are providing the food to the employees from the
Okay.
lower means below collar, you can say that blue collar
Yeah,
people,
blue
they are
collar. Okay.
providing the
Yeah.
food, yeah, providing the food facility with
Yeah,
the
food
catering services,
accommodation.
yeah, food
Yes.
accommodation with the catering facility. They
Yeah.
having being multinationally nationalities
Mm-hmm.
with them, with working for them, and
Mm-hmm.
they having several issues like
Mm-hmm.
food qualities, like food quality, food quantity, and specific food which is they required for as per their desires
Mm-hmm.
or as per their cultures.
Okay.
One of the thing, one is the major thing this is, and the other thing
Okay.
is the some are working hours timing,
Mm-hmm.
because being a maintenance and construction companies,
Yes.
we are facing the some problems
Mm-hmm.
for only both areas,
Mm-hmm.
especially in food arranging, and secondly is the working hours. So how can
Okay.
we
So by
implement Six Sigma on that areas to
Mhm.
control those problems from them, or fix their problems also? Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Khalil. So first of all, see, there's no need of implementing Six Sigma here. Okay, there are two different approaches to initiate the project and to fix the issues. The first approach is Six Sigma, and the another approach is Lean. If you might have heard about Lean, Lean. Okay, Lean. So this issue can be fixed only by using Lean approach. Okay, so there are several issues which can be fixed by the by using the Lean approach, and there are the issues which can be used with the Six Sigma. Six Sigma is a very, high level of approach where you are not able to fix the issue. When you don't know the causes, then you are supposed to implement the Six Sigma. But your issue can be fixed only by using the Lean. So how to use that? What you will do here, just go to the your that unit where the food is manufactured and try to ask the people that, okay, what do you like and what do you not like. In your like, what do you specifically like? The temperature of the food, that how warm of the how warm the food is, or how spicy the food is, or what exactly do they need in food. So that's how you have to identify their need. And as per identification of the need, then you have to categorize the menu, because as you said, the people are from the different different countries working at the same place. So then you have to create some mechanism in your that food unit, that for these days this type of food will be served, and for these days this type of food will be served. But the specification of the food you will have to ask from the employees, that what type of food they are looking for, what type of need they are seeking. Like they might be seeking the spicy food or the non-spicy food, or the warmness of the food, or there could be several things. So that's what you have to identify from there. There is no need of implementing Six Sigma here. You can fix that just by simply using the lean methodology. I'll explain you what is lean. Just after covering this Six Sigma overview, I'll cover the lean overview also for you. Yes,
Thank you
Khalid?
so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Welcome. Okay. So Six Sigma. So Six Sigma, some of the writers, and as I have explained you above, that some of the writers have explained the Six Sigma as a problem solving methodology, as a metric, and some of the writers have explained it as a philosophy. But some of the writers simultaneously have explained it as a management system that I have explained you here. In management system, it talks about the DMAC, DMDV, and DFSS. So DMAC is used for improving existing business processes. DMDV framework, which can be used for design a new business process. DFSS is a framework which can be used for automation of business process. Okay. And while automating the process, my current capability of the process must be at 4.5 sigma level. Okay. 4.5 sigma level. Now, what is the Six Sigma focus set? So for each product or process, CTQ, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. Y is equal to fx, what I explained you just few minutes ago. In define, what you do in define phase, customer expectation of the process. So we have to identify the customer's requirement in the define phase. Then in measure phase, what we do in measure phase, what is the frequency of the defects? In measure phase, we identify that how frequently the defects are occurring there. In analyze phase, we identify why is it happening, when is it happening, and where is it happening. Okay. In improve phase, we seek the action plan, then how we can fix those all issues in the processes. In control phase, we seek that how can we make the process stay fixed, or for that we develop some control plans, some monitoring methods, some mechanism, and some auditing method we enable here, so that my improvement gets sustained. So for that, meaning of Six Sigma, if you will, though I have explained you already about the meaning of Six Sigma, but the meaning of Six Sigma, this is the sigma sign, this is the sigma sign. Okay, this is the 18th letter of the Greek language, this is the 18th letter of the Greek language. Okay, this is called a sigma, and this is also called the standard deviation. Okay, standard deviation. So the term sigma is used to designate the distribution or spread about the mean or average of any process or procedure, the way I explained you just on those slides, on these slides. This one. Okay, the spread of the process between the mean, around the mean, and the upper specification limit, around the mean and the lower specification limit. So this is what it is explaining here. The term sigma is used to designate the distribution or spread about the mean of any process or procedure. Okay, for a business or manufacturing process, the sigma capability Z value is a metric that indicates how well that process is performing. Okay, the higher the sigma capability, the better. Okay, sigma capability measures the capability of the process to perform defect-free work or defect-free production. A defect is anything that results in customer dissatisfaction. So once as defects go down, the sigma level will go higher, or the sigma level will go up. Okay. Common process improvement themes. What are the themes on which we can initiate the project? So there are several themes on which we can initiate the project. So doing more for less. Okay. The themes on which we can initiate a project, like people, systems, or process, are supposed to get better over the time, more efficient over the time with gain of experience. Okay. Customer expect the same from us. If they have outsourced some process to us, they expect that the productivity of our employee will be improved as they gain experience of the process and the IT infra being used. So like say, you are working in the existing processes. So over the period of time, your client or your customer would expect from you that over the period of time, you will be experienced, you will have a more practiced, yes, as per the product on which you are dealing with. So they would expect a better product or the better service from you over the period of time. Okay, so how to do that? Doing more for less. Okay, bottom quartile management. This is a scientifically proven fact that if we focus on bottom quartile performers and we are able to improve their performance by even a small proportion, then we may realize huge improvement in bottom line revenue. Okay, bottom quartile management. If while working in your current profile, you might have performed a box plot, there is a tool called box plot. So box plot will let you know that what is the bottom quartile of the population in terms of performance. I'll explain you about this also. Okay, while covering the 7QC tools, I'll explain you what is bottom quartile management. Reuse. So assets reuse means creating a reusability in asset is a very critical part. Okay, creating reusability in assets is a very critical part of organizational growth. In software development business, creating reusable codes and test cases are extremely critical in making more profit. Similarly, the standardization of templates, format, checklists, training materials which are reusable make a lot of sense. We should not be required to reinvent the wheel of every time. So if we are able to create some reusable asset in our organization, we do not need reinvent the wheel of every time. Yes. Mistake proofing. Mistake proofing is a method which can be that can be called as a fail safe for Pokayoka, because in lean language we can call that as a Pokayoka. So mistake proofing, several business processes suffers at the hands of deficiency of preceding business or processes. So while attending to issues, one must do root cause analysis and see if the contributing factors may be mistake proof. Such things ensure that the processes get the required inputs which are right the first time, and such improvement. Okay, mistake proofing. So mistake proofing is here that because wherever you will have the human or the manual intervention in the processes, always you will have a higher chance of creating defects, because human brain cannot work all 8 hours with the same efficiency. So how to create the things? How to create the things mistake proofing? Okay, so for that we should move to the automation activities. Digitization and the automation are the complementary of each other. Knowledge management of IP retention. So knowledge management, knowledge or best practices or lesson learned documentation at several places helps improve systems. Non-error database usage in IT support is a common example of the same. Building FAQs, document SOPs, work instructions, etc. serve as a good measure in the same. Okay, so by creating the policies, procedures, SOPs, we can create the knowledge management or IP retention in our organization. Various ways to commence a project other than the themes we have covered just now. These are the other topics on which we can initiate a project, because now this question be arises in your mind that how to initiate the project, what we can fix while initiating the project. So there are several areas of initiating the project. Out of several areas, these are some of the areas that have been mentioned here. So various ways to commence a project. If you are working in your organization and you want to initiate a project, so how will you initiate a project? VOC means voice of the customer. So this is usually happen when customer finds that they are not getting what they were promised for. Several eminent themes could be explored for the VOC. So voice of the customer escalations or complaints. So like Khalil and the rest people, you are working in your organization and you are getting several escalations and the complaints from the customer end. So what you would like to do for that? You would like to reduce the number of escalations and the complaints from the customer end? Yes. So you can initiate a project on that metric. misses on contractual obligations, lost business analysis on a positive net, customer needs. So always we have to identify the customer need. Okay, voice of the business or voice of the process, VOB and VOP. You can initiate a project in your organization on VOB and VOP also, voice of business and voice of process. So some projects may be triggered by the need of business, such as to increase the profit. Okay, some of the project can be initiated to bring benefit or profit to the organization. So increase the revenue. So you can initiate the project to increase the revenue. You can initiate the project, increase market share. Okay, some eminent themes to be explored here could be any critical process metric designed to meet customer requirement. Sorry, you can initiate a project to meet the customer's requirement. You can initiate a project metric like revenue increase, profitability increase, resource utilization, etc. Okay, so you can initiate a project on these themes also. Repeat business scores. You can initiate a project on repeat business scores also. You can initiate a project on need of process speed, turnaround time of business processes, how to maintain or how to keep the turnaround time as per the set benchmark. Cycle time reduction. You can initiate a project. Basically, this theme is from the manufacturing sector. So the people who are from manufacturing can understand this very easily. Cycle time reduction. You can initiate a project on cycle time reduction. You can initiate a project of efficiency and productivity of company assets, that how to increase the efficiency, how to increase the productivity in the company. So you can initiate a project on this theme also. Access rework, how to reduce the access rework in an organization. So you can work on this theme also. Repeated errors, how to reduce the repeated errors. You can initiate a project on this issue also. Line balancing, process bottleneck removal, ops lag, ramp up time, attrition, absenteeism. You can initiate the projects in your organization on all these issues. If you have any question, you may ask, please. No question? Okay. Voice of internal customer. There are two types of customer, my friends. Voice of internal customer and voice of external customer. So who are the internal customers? Voice of internal customer. With change of the time and management philosophy, voice of internal customer way of commencing project has also been getting popularity. Organizations are constantly rediscovering themselves to set up more ideas and involvement from their own employees. Okay. So the people with whom you are working in your current organization, because as I explained you a few minutes ago, that in your department you have a HR department, you might have an admin department, you have a quality, operation, IT, you have several departments. Okay, and let's say you are a part of the process excellence department in your organization, or you are a part of central of operation excellence. So being a part of operation excellence, or being a part of process excellence, you may have a requirement from different department to fix the issues. So let's say IT department has given you a CTQ to be fixed. And what is that CTQ, or what is that metric? That IT department is not able to close the ticket as per the decided timeline. For the IT department, what is the ticket? What does it mean by ticket for the IT department? Let's say in HR department, in quality department, or in operation department, you need some mouse, computer mouse, or you need some keyboards, you need some monitor. So what you will do? You will raise a ticket, okay, for the IT team. Then that will go to the admin or to the IT. Then IT will send some technician, some engineer to fix the issue, that why your laptop is not working, why your computer is not working, why the keyboard is not working, right? So once he will fix that issue, then he will close that ticket. Okay, by using his login credential in his system or application, he will close the ticket. But the IT department is facing an issue that they are not able to close the ticket as per the decided timeline. So how to fix that? So now this CTQ has been given to you. Why? Because you are the part of process excellence team. Yes, you are a Six Sigma professional. So now you will initiate a project. You will initiate a project to fix that issue, that why IT team is not able to fix all the issues within the time frame. Okay, and that will be your voice of internal customer. Why internal customer? because you had received that request from the internal customer. Okay, internal customer from the department within the organization. Okay, who are the voice of external customer? External customer, the requirement that you have captured from the customer who are using your product or the services. Who are the end user? Those will be your external customer. The client who has outsourced the business to you, that will be your external customer. Okay, now cost of poor quality. What does it mean by cost of poor quality? Cost of poor quality, in this dynamic and highly competitive market, cost of poor quality has been getting more popularity. Okay, cost of poor quality could be assessed in the form of cost of repair, cost of rejection, cost of handling rework, cost of recall, lost business due to poor quality. Cost of poor quality could have penalty associated with itself, wastage of organizational resources, human or otherwise, is associated with the COPQ. So we can reduce the cost of poor quality by reducing the cost of all these factors here that has been mentioned: repair, rejection, handling rework, recall, and all. Okay, so that's how we can initiate a project on cost of poor quality also in my organization or in your organization. Okay, projects around impact, reduction of poor accuracy, reduction of first time not right, reduction of cost of rework. So all these factors will be included for the cost of poor quality.
अरे भैंड चौथ ऐसा रहे ना, अरे लौड़े चल.
Yes, you want to say something? Gentlemen, do you have any question here?
No, I guess it was mistake that we with it.
Okay. So roll throughput yield. So roll throughput yield. What does it mean by roll throughput yield? So roll throughput yield in any organization, output of one process acts as input for another. If any of the process is not working up to the standard, the final output will be impacted. Yes, working on improvement of such throughput is taken up in the roll throughput yield theme. So roll throughput yield projects are cross-functional projects and have highly yield associated with them. So like it was for Khalil, I think, because Khalil was asking about the HR issue. So the output of the HR will work input for the production, because the people who are being hired by the HR team, those people will be input for the production, because those people will work in the production unit. So the outcome of the HR team will be input for the production, and whatever those people will perform in the production, the outcome of those people will be input for the quality department, because their performance or their production will be evaluated by the quality department. So the outcome of one department is always be input for the another department in an organization. And if the people are not being hired with the right skill set, so the further activity will be defective. Yes, so
Yes.
the product or the service will not
Correct.
be up to the mark. So that's what it is talking about here, roll throughput yield. In any organization, output of one process acts as input for another. If any of the process is not working up to the standard, the final output will be impacted. So how to fix that? So this is whole the story it is talking about here. So that is called a rolled throughput yield. Okay, so how to fix
it.
that? Now FTR, first time right or right first time. Anything done in an organization must be done right the first time. And this is also associated with the cost of poor quality. Let's say you are dealing with some product. Let's say you are working with a unit where the laptops are assembled. Okay, and if the laptops are not being assembled with the right parameter, with the right criteria, then you will have some defective product. Then those products, those defective laptops will be reprocessed. While reprocessing, you will have to deploy some employees to fix the issues. You will have to deploy some machines again on the same product. you will have to deploy another resources again on the same products. But are you getting the 8 or 10 times cost of the actual cost from the customer? No, you are getting only one time cost. But now by applying the same resources, by deploying the same resources, same machines, same operators on the for the same particular product, the cost is getting 8 times double, 8 times more. Yes, so that is called first time right. So how to keep the things first time right? So anything done in an organization must be done right the first time. If there is first time not right, it shall always result in repair, rejection, rework, loss of branding, waiting, loss of customer experience, and etc. One must work at identifying ways of mistake proofing. First time not right shall always have far reaching impact than what is visible as the immediate consequences. If instead of looking for a series of processes and their interaction, if I am just concerned with the output of one process, then I can commence project for first time right. Okay, so this is all about the first time right, that how to keep the activities first time right. Okay, how to avoid the products from becoming a defective product. On time delivery, this is also one of the very common theme to initiate a project. On time delivery, on time delivery measures the timeliness of delivered to customers. It is defined as the percentage of orders that are delivered at the customer sites according to the scheduling requirement of the customers per specified period. Okay, so on time delivery, most of the time delivery turn, that is turnaround time, is one important CTQ. Okay, so always we work on time delivery to fix the activity, to fix the things, that how the product or the service can be delivered on time. It should not be delayed. Return rate, how to reduce the return rate. Return rate means, return rate is defined as the number of returns. Like many times you might have placed a request online, that you might have purchased some shoes, some jackets, some garments. Yes, so return rate is defined as the number of returns. So due to some reason, if you have rejected that product from taking it, so that will be called as a return rate, because you have returned it back to the company, that now you don't want to take it anymore. So that's return rate. So how to reduce that? Return rate is defined as the number of returns or the request for the returns of a given product in a specified period, such as month divided by the measure of shipments. Okay, so that is called a return rate. Number of problem reports. So number of problem reports that you have, for the example, you have purchased some equipment like some refrigerator, and you have brought that refrigerator at your property. Now some of the functions are not working. So what you will do, you will make a phone call to the customer care and report, and you will report to the customer care that this function is not working of your equipment or of your appliances. Yes, so how to reduce the number of problem reports? Okay, so that is also one of the theme to initiate the project. Now this is the Six Sigma. These are the scholars and writers who have given their inputs in the during the journey of Six Sigma. So in 1818, Carl Gauss. So Sir Carl Gauss uses the normal curve to explore the mathematics of error analysis for measurement probability analysis. What does it mean? Let me explain you in a different way. Let's say you are just running a shop of laptop. Okay, you have taken an agency of the laptop, and today you have received an order of 50 laptop. Okay, so what you will do, you will place a request to the agency that you need a 50 laptops because you want to meet the customer's requirement. Yes, so now you have brought them to your agency or to your shop, and you have supplied them to all the relevant customers. Now, but what's the guarantee for tomorrow? What's the guarantee for tomorrow that you will get the same number of requests, 50? Might be you will receive the request of 25. So what will happen to the remaining 25 laptop? That will be of no use. And might be you can get a request of 100 laptops also. So what will happen in that case? You will not be able to meet the 50% customers requirement. Yes. So how to manage all these things in the business or in the corporate sector? So that is called a probability analysis. that is called a probability analysis. And this concept was given by Sir Carl Gauss. Okay, he was a German mathematician. Now, Walter Sheward, because we know in today's world we know about the control chart. Okay, with the help of control chart we can very easily identify whether my process is statistically controlled or not. But who was that gentleman who developed this control chart? So that was Walter A. Sheward. Introduces a control chart and the distinction of a spatial versus common cause variation as a contributors to process problems. Okay, so in 1924 he was a Walter Sheward who created, or he gave the concept of control chart. Okay, now in 1736 a French mathematician, Abraham de Moivre, publishes an article introducing the normal curve. This is also related to the probability analysis. Okay, in 1896 Italian sociologist Alfredo Pareto introduces the 80-20 rule and the Pareto distribution in Cours de Economies Politico. Okay, so what does it mean by here? In 1896, if you have heard about a Pareto chart, there are 7 quality control tools. Yes, there are 7 quality control tools. So one of the quality control tool is Pareto chart. Okay, so that Pareto chart was developed by Mr. Wilfred Alfredo Pareto. Okay, and he was an Italian sociologist. We will also cover this Pareto chart during our 7 QC tools. Okay, now in 1949 US DoD issues military procedures, MILP 1629 procedures for performing a failure mode and effect critical analysis. There is a tool which is used for developing the preventive action and corrective action. So that is called FMEA. So that FMEA tool was developed by Mr. Procedure MILP 1629. In 1960, another gentleman whose name was Ishikawa, okay, Kaoru Ishikawa, he was from Japan. So he introduces his now famous cause and effect diagram. He introduces the another tool which is called Ishikawa diagram, cause and effect diagram, or fishbone diagram. Okay, so in 1960 a Ishikawa diagram was developed. In 1941, Alex Osborne, head of BBDO advertising, fathers a widely adapted set of rules for the brainstorming. The brainstorming activity was introduced in 1941 by the Alex Osborne. In 1986, the first time Six Sigma was implemented in Motorola. And who was the gentleman who implemented the Six Sigma in Motorola? In 1986, Bill Smith, a senior engineer and scientist, introduces the concept of Six Sigma at Motorola. Motorola was the first company where the Six Sigma was implemented in the world in 1986. Okay. Now, Dr. Norioki Kano introduces his 2-dimensional quality model and 3 types of quality. So that is called a Kano model. Okay, Kano model. So you will also cover, but this Kano model is covered in black belt, not in overview part. Jack Welch launches Six Sigma at GE. So Jack Welch was the CEO of General Electric Company. In 1995, Jack Welch had implemented the Six Sigma in General Electric Company in 1995. Okay, being a CEO, he implemented in General Electric Company. In 1994, Larry Bossidy launches Six Sigma at Allied Signal. In this company, he implemented 1994 the Six Sigma methodology. Okay, so this was the introduction of the scholars and writers who kept coming over the time and kept giving their own ideas and their analysis. Dr. Deming, so this is also called a Deming cycle, plan, do, check, and act. He was from Japan. He gave the Deming cycle concept in 1980. Bill Smith had implemented Six Sigma first time in Motorola company in 1985. Motorola wins Baldrige in 1990. Black belt structure first used there in 1990. Then Jack Welch in 1995, he implemented the Six Sigma first time in General Electric Company in 1995. Then ASQ certified Six Sigma Black Belt program launched in 2000. Then in 2005, mass adopters including transactional and public sectors. So just by looking at the General Electric company, mass adopters started using this transactional and public sector, in transactional quality and public sector, this Six Sigma program, Six Sigma black belt and green belt and all. So this is just all the story about the different companies, that in what all companies the Six Sigma was implemented by different leaders. Okay, now so now let's discuss about the Six Sigma overview. So Six Sigma overview in DMAC. So what does it mean by define phase here? Define phase. So in define phase, what all we do, what all activities we perform in define phase. So in define phase, first of all, we have to capture the customer's requirement, which is called a voice of the customer. So like many of you were asking just few minutes ago that how to fix the issue or how to identify the way of fixing the issue. So first of all, you have to identify the critical to quality, CTQ, or you have to identify the voice of the customer or voice of the business. So like one of you was asking that how to fix the issue of food related issue. So this is the CTQ, that we have to fix the issue of food. Okay, so this could be the CTQ to initiate a project. So for that, you have to develop a project charter. What does it mean by project charter? A proposal. Because if to the top management, you will just directly speak to the top management that from tomorrow I will initiate a project. So will it work? No, because the top management needed some documented proposal from you. So you should develop some document proposal, and that document proposal is called a project charter. In project charter, there are different elements. With these elements are called business case, problem statement, goal statement, and milestone. There are several things here. Okay, so you have to develop here project charter. In that project charter, you have to, like I explained you here, you have to work on business case, problem statement, goal statement, communication plan, roles and responsibility, project timeline, milestone, etc. Okay, copies or SIPOC. So you have to work on all these tools during working on the project charter. Once you complete with all these activities, then this is shared with the relevant stakeholders or the project owner, process owner. Once you get an approval, then major phase starts. In major phase, what you do, in major phase, you develop the data collection plan. Why to develop the data collection plan? Because during the cycle or during the course of the project, you are supposed to create a data collection plan in major phase. In data collection plan, you have to mention the several informations, like the intention of data collection plan is to provide clarity around the metrics to be measured, which metrics on which you are initiating a project. Okay, the performance standards for the project. So you have to mention here that what is that performance standard of Y on which you have initiated the project. As per the goal statement of the project, defining the upper specification limit and the lower specification limit, as I explained you in the very beginning, and clearly articulating the defect definition for the project Y. Also, you must articulate how you intend to capture the Y metric, data and document the formula to be used, equipment to be used, database or container where the Y metric is to be stored for project use, the information on the data items that you shall need. In certain cases, you may even need to document a training plan for the data collection plan. I would like to show you the data collection plan. How does it look like? Just give me a sec, please. Because just by looking at the theory, you won't be able to understand the data collection plan. How does that look like? First of all, this is a sample. Okay, this is a sample of the project charter. So once you prepare, is it visible to you all, this slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the project, oh great. So this is the project charter. So in project charter, business case. So you have to develop the project charter. My friends, whenever you initiate a project, so first of all, you have to prepare this project charter. And this project charter contains some element here like business case, problem statement, goal statement. So these are, it will be blank. Just give me a sec. Because I have developed it for someone while giving the training. So just
Sir,
this will be blank. Okay. So
sir,
how to develop the project charter?
excuse me, sir.
You
Sir,
want to?
it's look like Primavera, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's
Okay.
Primavera, look like Primavera P3, right?
Yes. So in business case, like this is a proposal for you that you want to initiate a project. So for initiating the project, what you would like to do here, you would like to mention that why is the project worth doing? You would like to explain it, that why you want to fix the issue of food in your organization. Like one of the gentlemen said that he is facing an issue with the food, that employees are not willing to eat the food just because of poor
Sir, no voice. No voice, please.
what XYZ Limited. Okay. Then you would like to answer, what will be the consequences of not doing it now? How does it fit with the organization goals and targets? The issue was not.
Sir, I cannot hear you, please. Hello. Sir, I cannot hear you.
Same issue is here. I'm not getting your voice.
Yeah. Hi guys, am I audible?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yes, sir. Now.
Yeah, now audible. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
now I'm getting your voice.
oh, great. Just give me a sec because I'm not able to share my screen. Let me. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah. So far, what we were discussing about the project charter, that how to develop the project charter. Just give me a sec, please.
Still not able to see the screen you
Yeah,
have shared.
yeah, that's some technical issue. Just give me a sec. Right. So just we were discussing about the project charter. So to develop the project charter, the another element here is problem statement. So how to explain the problem statement when you are initiating a project in your organization and you are developing the project charter? What you will do?
Sorry, screen not visible.
My friend, this is some
Still
technical
not
issue.
visible.
Yes. I'm trying to get it fixed.
Okay.
But rather than be on mute, I'm just explaining you, because sitting on a
Please
mute.
carry on.
Yeah.
It will be easy to understand.
Yeah, true.
So better to be with the.
No problem.
So could you after session you will send this book or PDF?
PPT?
Yeah,
PPT, yes,
PPT and
of
this book.
course. You can find it from IMC also. So what you will
Okay,
do, just mark a mail to IMC or get enrolled either for the green belt or the black belt book. You will get each and everything, the audio, video, books, manual, everything you will find there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And this subsequently, this will be very beneficiary for you, because tomorrow if you want to get promotion, you want to get salary hike. So still it's not fixed. This certification will be very helpful for you, yeah, in your organization, because tomorrow if you want to get a promotion, because there are some certain limits in the organization, that first you have to be tenured at least 10 years or 11 years or 3 years at least to become to apply for the IJP, internal job promotions, right? But if you are a Six Sigma green belt certified or black belt certified, so you will be preferred, or you will be you will get the preference over the rest people who are also applying for the same IGP, because you have something different in your hand. Yeah, you know how to fix the issue, you know how to
Yeah.
bring
Sir,
you
what
further
is the
step.
difference between Six Sigma green belt and yellow and black belt? Because I already enrolled for green belt
Mhm.
as advised by the consultant who is from IMC.
Mhm.
So I already enrolled, but I enrolled for green belt. I
Okay.
leave the yellow belt,
Yeah.
but I started from green belt. So I
Okay.
want to know what is the difference between yellow and in green.
Okay. So this is Khalil, right?
Yeah, yeah, sir. Yeah.
Okay. So Khalil, my friend, because there is no any global standard that we can differentiate between a green belt, black belt, and yellow belt project. But yellow belt is just for the awareness. Just with the knowledge of yellow belt, you can't initiate any project. Okay. But yes, with the knowledge of green belt or black belt, you can initiate the project.
Sir, I cannot hear you again. Hello. I cannot hear you.
Jack Welch was the CEO in 1995 who implemented Six
Sir,
Sigma.
can you please start from the beginning because your voice was breaked and
Okay,
I cannot
okay.
hear you.
Yes, yes, of course I will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Just give me a sec, because I'm trying to communicate the relevant people that I can. Nobody is responding. Just give me a sec.
Are you there, sir?
Yes, yes, my friend, I'm here. Just I'm speaking with the Shaza, so she's trying to get it fixed. Yeah. So yeah. So just shortly, I'll be able to share the screen with you. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, right. So just you were asking that what's the difference between green belt and black belt and yellow belt. So my friend, as per the with the knowledge of yellow belt, nobody is able to initiate the project, because this is just a simply awareness or the overview. But yes, with the knowledge of green belt, we can initiate the project. But how to identify whether this is a green belt project or black belt project? So this is there is no any global standard to create a difference between the green belt and black belt project. There is a company, General Electric company. Okay, so what happened in General Electric company, they had created their own definition. They said
Hello, sir. No voice. No voice,
I'm
please.
not able to hear you again.
Hello, sir. No voice, please.
Guys, am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, audible.
Right, right.
Yeah, now it is okay.
Okay.
So
So,
my question was still there.
yeah,
Sorry.
exactly. Just I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to give you the answer. So, as per the General Electric Company, they say if the dollar saving amount is more than $10 million, they call that project as a black belt project. If lesser than $10 million, then they call that project as a green belt. Again, they said if the benefit comes up on the organization wide, the impact by doing any project, the impact comes on the organization wide, they call that project as a black belt project. Or if the impact comes on some particular line of business, then they call that project as a green belt project. But this is only for the General Electric Company. For IBM, for Wipro, for HCL, for n number of companies. Okay, your company also in that list. They may have different definitions to call any project as a green belt project or as a black belt project. Now, as per consultant point of view, because if you are asking from me, being a consultant, the project which can be fixed, the project which can be fixed. Oh, thank you. It's been done now. Okay, the project which can be fixed only by using 7QC tools, we call that project as a green belt project. The project which can be done or which can be fixed by using hypothesis testing, those projects are considered as a black belt project by us. Could I answer your question, Khalil?
No, sir. It's still not clear, please.
Okay, so see, there is no any such global standard that we may call that this is the green belt project and this is the black belt project. Okay, simply a green belt project is, Khalil, a green belt project is which can be completed only by using 7 quality control tools. Okay.
Sir, if the Six Sigma, it is
Voice.
called in the six activities, as you mentioned in the beginning, with the number of quality and the number of delivery. So, if it is the only Six Sigma, then why we need a black belt or why we need a green belt? We should be okay with the yellow belt, I think. So why we required a black belt to get it or why we required a master black belt like that? Thank you so
Tucking
much.
here. Oh, got your point. Got your point. No problem. So now you are stucking here that why to
Yeah.
do the Six Sigma. So Six Sigma doesn't mean this is black belt. Khalil, Six Sigma doesn't mean that this is black belt. Even you can find n number of Sigma level while doing a project, either the green belt or the black belt. Okay, let me make you clear one thing. In green belt certification, you will learn less number of tools as comparative to a black belt. But while doing a green belt project, you may find your project Sigma level at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and number of Sigma. So these number of Sigmas, nothing has to do with the green belt or black belt.
Okay, I got it. Got it.
Yes. These
Yeah, yeah.
just
Thank you so much.
yeah, just this is the scale. This is the scale.
Actually, I was stuck on that that number of sigmas. It was actually it looked like a 6, or it will, because I'm just new here.
Yeah.
Or this certification is it mean to say it is newly introduced for myself.
No problem.
So
No
means
problem.
I need to be clear for 6 or 6 sigma like that.
No,
Thank you
no
so much.
problem. No
Very
problem,
clear.
my friend. Yeah.
Very clear.
Yeah.
Understand.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So yes. So the project which can be completed only by using 7 quality control tools will be called as a green belt project. And the project which can be completed by using hypothesis testing, 7 quality control tools will not be more enough to complete the project. That project will be called as a black belt project. Okay. So while developing the problem statement, again, you have to answer. You have to answer. I'm getting a call from the office. It's been done now. Thank you. So, how to develop that chart? What
No voice.
Voice breakage again.
develop? So that's how you develop the project charter here. Okay. So once you develop the project charter, what I was explaining you there, here, now then you move to by working on several tools like this. This is the milestone. This is the acronym and abbreviation. This is a RESIC tool. Okay. This is called a project. This is called a communication plan. This is called a flow chart. Okay. Now this is a SIPOC, and now this is the data collection plan. So this is the data collection plan. What I was explaining you there, what I was explaining you here, that you have to develop the data collection plan, which has an intention to provide clarity around the metric. Okay.
Sir, no voice.
In what manner you are increasing the quality score? You are increasing the quality score of each employee on daily basis, or you are increasing the quality score of each team on daily basis or weekly basis, or you are increasing the quality score of the entire production unit on monthly basis. So that means a CTQ characteristic. That's what you have to mention here.
Yeah.
Then operational definition, that operationally how you are defining the quality score. So what is that activity? What all are those activities? When these activities are performed, then you call those as a quality score. So there could be several activities.
Sorry, sir. As I understand,
Yes.
it's similar to be like similar like Primavera, which as I mentioned earlier. So it's called like end to end, start to end, or start to mid to end. Like this type of activities are like a Six Sigma as well also.
Yes, exactly.
correct?
Yes, exactly. Similar. We can't say the
Okay.
same, but yes, similar kind of.
Hmm.
Okay. So operationally, you have to mention here that what is that metric or CTQ on which you are doing a project. What will be the defect? Because you have initiated a project, you are the project leader now, you are a project manager, and you have set a criteria. So as per the criteria, what will be that condition then when you will call your product or the service as a defect? So what will be that condition you have to mention here? Like you have set a condition that if any employee on any day gives you the average quality score lesser than 85%, that will be a defect for you. So that's what you will mention here. Why? Because you are increasing the quality score of each
Yeah.
employee on daily basis. So if any day while auditing the product or the service of any employee, and if his average quality score goes down less than 85%, because you have set the 85 as a lower specification limit. Why? Lower side is specification limit because you want each employee to maintain their quality score equal to or greater than 85%, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just give me a sec, guys. I'm getting a call from the
Hello.
I think sir is gone.
Hey Khalil and the rest people, I'm sorry because the broadband from my end is behaving very badly today.
So it's okay. It's okay. I can understand.
Yeah. So okay. So that's what we were discussing that point of time. Again, I'm not able to share the screen. Okay. So just we were discussing about the data collection plan. So in data collection plan, we have to mention that what will be the defect definition, what will be the performance standard, and all that. So once we complete with the data collection plan, then what we do, we capture the data. Okay. We capture the data. Just
Sir,
give.
again, screen is not there.
The screen is not there because again I need to speak to Shaza. Okay, so just shortly it will be in front of you because okay, so once you develop that data collection plan, then you share it with the relevant stakeholder in the organization. Why? Because once you are initiating the project, then what you will do, you need the data. You need the data because Six Sigma is a statistical approach. So statistical means statistical information. And what will be the statistical information? Once you will collect the data. So let's say you are initiating a project on the quality score. So now you have developed the data collection plan. Post developing the data collection plan, what you will do now? You will share that data collection plan with the quality department or with the MIS team, the department which is responsible to store the data of the quality score on daily basis. So once you will share this data collection plan with that particular department, that particular department will give you the data as per the information that you have shared in the data collection plan with that relevant department. So now being a Six Sigma professional, because you are initiating the project, so now it's your responsibility to ensure whether the data is correct or not. Because if the data will be incorrect, so your analysis will also be incorrect. If your analysis will be incorrect, slideshow please. My friend, just shortly the slide will be in front of you because I'm getting some issue from my end that I'm not able to share the screen with you. Okay, so what will happen, then you will share the data, you will share the data collection plan with the relevant team, then relevant team will give you the data. But while collecting the data, there could be some ambiguity. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Let's say in your organization, your production department is doing the production, but there must be some unit, there must be some employees who are responsible to capture the data of all those production. Yes.
Yeah. Every
And
stakeholder.
yes, and what's the guarantee that those people are capturing the right data, correct measurement readings or not? Yes. So there could be an ambiguity while collecting the data. If there is some ambiguity, so this is your responsibility to be ensure the data must be collected accurately. So how you will ensure about that? So there are some activities which are called calibration. When you want to calibrate the employees and the method of collecting the data, that is called attribute agreement analysis, that you will learn in green belt and black belt.
Okay.
The another thing, if the data is being captured with the help of some equipment, some device, for that you will conduct an activity which is called accuracy and precision, that you will learn in green belt program. Okay. Other thing might be while working on a continuous data. There are two types of data: continuous data and discrete data. You will learn, just I'll explain you, though that is not the part of overview, but still I'll explain you what is the continuous data and what is discrete data. So if you are working on a continuous data, then you are supposed to conduct an activity, gauge RNR. So by conducting all those activities, if the result comes okay, then we think the data is being captured accurately. If the
Yeah,
data is
sir.
yes.
Sir, sorry to interrupt first.
Mhm.
And secondly, I just want to quote one example here, which is where I had experience with my previous company,
Yes.
and that company is working like you can say is supplying of the manpower.
Mhm.
Like we was having 7 areas, and where we given the supply of the people,
Mhm.
like some are engineer was there, and some are supervisor, and blue collar, white collar, all categories people were there.
True.
And when I was joined them, and there was no specific control of the data, as you mentioned that.
Mhm. Mhm.
So everybody was means you can say that everybody was suffering for the collection of the data.
Yeah.
And what I was applied that
Mhm.
I was started a one make I was started and make a one sheet in Excel,
Yeah.
and with the number of unique numbers and names as per because I'm living in UAE and in Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
So what I did, I was make a sheet,
Mhm.
and we put their Emirates ID card number,
Okay.
and the passport number, and the employee staff ID, and the name as per the Emirates ID card, or
Okay.
the passport number,
Okay.
or the passport, or the as per the passport.
Yeah.
So I was circulated that sheet to everybody, every stakeholder in the seven areas.
Mhm.
So in the each side there is more than 100 people were there, and
Okay.
after that within the week I was the person who collected the data from every stakeholder, and we just make it in the one data bank. After that we circulate in to the top management.
True. True.
So
Yeah.
it was like organ it was then after that I was make the organogram for the company,
True.
and means from which side, from which area, who will be the responsible for the sharing of it called like a daily strength report,
Mhm.
who is the that control was gotten from the site,
Mhm.
from 100%, 100 people who is available at site, who is on leave, who is on sick, like all those things was included in that.
Mhm.
But after that it's like it will be like it was like on one single click to
Mhm.
get every information from the every section.
Okay.
So I just get that, and I just like to share that information to
Yes.
everybody here, or to you also.
True, very true. Yes. So this is the live example that you have explained here, because
Yeah,
like you are getting the data from 7 different locations, and at
yeah,
each
7 different.
locations, 100 people were there to capture
Yeah,
the
more than
data.
100 people was there.
More
Yeah,
than
yeah,
100 people. So what's the
yeah.
guarantee, what the surety that all those 100 people at the different 7 locations are measuring the correct information, or capturing the right informations or right readings, right? So to
Yeah.
ensure that whether your all the team members of the 7 different locations are on the common platform in terms of process understanding or in terms of skill, you
Mm.
are supposed to conduct an activity which is called attribute agreement analysis, and this activity is taught you in green belt and black belt in both courses. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's how you conduct the calibration, the system calibration or measurement system analysis. Okay. So once you ensure about the data is being captured correctly, then what you do, you measure the process capability. You measure the process
Mm.
capability by using what? By using some specific formulas, what you will
Yeah.
learn in green belt and black belt again. Okay. And then you
Okay.
move to the analyze phase. In
So
analyze
it's
phase,
mean,
mhm,
sorry, it's mean
yes,
the green belt or the black belt. It's depend on all those topic which is we discuss just right now.
yes, true.
Okay, so it will be easy for me to get the exam clear. Sorry,
Yes, of course.
sorry.
Not only for you, whoever will get enrolled for this program will be
Okay,
easier for
yeah,
all
yeah.
of them. Yes. Okay.
Hmm.
Because this is the program, and the intention of this program and the session to facilitate all of you. Okay. And
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
skill up, to ramp up to all
Mm.
of you so that you can perform
Hmm.
in your own organization. Individually, you can get promotion, and subsequently you can take to
Yeah.
the next level to your organization and processes also. Yeah.
Hmm.
So So this is
Yes.
the main intention of the
Because you know which sheet or which after the enrollment there is I seen there is one book
Yes.
in soft it is available in that
Program.
yeah in my login on account which is
Yes.
given by the IMC, and
Yes.
it is around 7 to 800 pages, which
Oh,
is very difficult to give me, which is very difficult to get the time and read it all. So
yes.
I asked
But no
that
problem. Whatever I'm
consultant to give
teaching
me
you,
that. Yeah, yeah.
whatever I'm teaching you, whatever I'm covering here for you, if you will
Okay.
pay attention only to this much of area, you will be very
Mm-hmm.
easily you will be you will be able to crack that very easily. Okay,
Okay.
just give
Okay.
me a
Okay.
sec, please.
I'm trying to giving full attention to you. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
I'm not getting your voice.
Yes. So now, then we move to the analyze phase. So far we have covered here up to the measure phase. That what all we do in measure phase. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm unable to share the screen. Just shortly, it will be shared with you. Okay. Then we move to the analyze phase. In analyze phase, what we do, we identify the potential causes, all the potential causes. Okay. And by identifying all those potential causes, what we do then, we conduct hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing, that's a very long chapter, so I won't be able to explain you just verbally. Then we identify, by conducting the hypothesis testing, we identify the all vital X factors or the all vital potential causes which are contributing in real to my Y. Okay, then we develop the action plan. In improve phase, we develop the action plan for all those factors, and subsequently we implement them. And once we implement all those action plans for the contributing factors, my Y gets permanently improved. In control phase, what we do in control phase, in control phase we develop some mechanism, the audit mechanism, the monitor mechanism. Okay, over the time we keep auditing, we keep monitoring the improvement that we have brought down to the process. And along with the auditing mechanism, we keep identifying where are the loopholes now, and subsequently we keep developing the action plan and the preventive action and the corrective action, and that's how we sustain with the performance there. Okay, so this was the overview of the DMAC. This is the DMAC overview, not for the entire session. Okay,
Okay.
now we move, just give me a sec. Now we move to, this is the DMAC one. Okay, we have done with this one. Okay, now the level of Six Sigma certifications. There are different certifications level in Six Sigma. So as per the hierarchy in Six Sigma, that on the top it is champions. Okay, who are the champions? The champions are, okay, so levels of Six Sigma certifications. So I believe this is now visible to all of you. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now it is
Great.
okay.
Yeah. So
Thank you so much.
now, yeah. So the levels of Six Sigma certification, so champions. So who are the champions? Business leaders or providers or resource and support implementation. So basically champions are the sponsor of the project. Who sponsors the project? Who make you available all the necessary resources? What resources? Technical resources, material resources, human resources to accomplish the project. These all are called as a champions, and these are basically these are the people who have a very great experience of their domain, like 30 years, 40 years of experience. Okay, master black belt. Who are the master black belts? Master black belts are the experts and the culture changers, train and mentor black belts and green belts. So basically master black belts are the people who are responsible to identify the area of improvement in the organization, and by identifying the area of improvement they assign those area of improvements to different black belts for initiating the project. Who are the black belts? Black belts who are responsible to lead a Six Sigma project. Okay, Who are the green belts? Green belts are the carry out Six Sigma projects related to their jobs. Okay, so
Okay.
let's talk in details about their roles. So the master black belt role, in depth understanding of the philosophy, goals, and applications of theory ensure process issues and are addressed quickly and improvement implemented become quality Six Sigma. As I explained you that master black belts are the responsible to identify the area of improvement in the organizations. Okay, and by identifying those area of improvement, what they do, then they assign those, advise managers, communicate its status to business leadership and project team, utilize and disseminate Six Sigma tools, continually drive business focus and dedication to quality, approve project definition, project closure. So by identifying all those area of improvement, these master black belt assigns those area of improvement to all green belt and black belt for the project as a project. Okay, and the black belt role, what the black belt will do, black belt will ensure process issues are addressed quickly and improvement implemented, execute and deliver on project results. A black belt is expected to complete 5 to 10 projects per year, communicate project status with the relevant stakeholders and the master black belt, guide green belt projects and schedule, educate others on tools, demonstrate credible application of tools, lead process improvement teams. So what does it mean, the black belt role? The black belt's role in the organization is, first of all, initiating the project as per the instruction of the master black belt. What they do, they lead the project. Along with leading the project, what they do, they are expected at least doing 15 till 5 to 10 projects in a year. What additionally they do, they keep guiding the green belt as per their area of expertise. Okay, so that's how they get completed the project with the help of green belt and other team members. Green belt, what the green belt do? Green belt incorporate tools, methodology of Six Sigma into current jobs to make improvement on processes, understand six methodologies, communicate project status, deliver on project results, use tools to improve processes, sustain, improve process after improvement. So what the green belt does? So green belts basically they work during the project as per their own expertise, because the learning for the green belt is lesser as comparative to the black belt. So green belt will perform like they could be the part of project charter, they could be the part of brainstorming session, they could be the part of root cause analysis session, they could be the part of monitoring and auditing mechanism. So these all are the roles where we can use the green belt in a course of the project. Project selection, how to select the project, because when you are become a Six Sigma professional and you join some team in an organization as a process excellence team or a central of operation excellence team, so what responsibility you bear? Being a Six Sigma professional, you are supposed to initiate the project, and while initiating the project you may come across a multiple CTQs or multiple metrics. Multiple metrics or CTQ means, being a part of the process excellence team in your organization, you may come across the multiple challenges like your HR team can say you that you have to initiate a project in fixing the HR issue. Your IT team can also say you that you have to fix the issue in the IT department. Your production team can also say you that you have to fix the issue in the production department. So now you have three different challenges. One is in HR, another one is in IT department, third one is in production. So how to identify that which project or which issue you should initiate on the first? So for that, this is the method which is called project selection. While working on selection of Six Sigma project, one must consider the following six things. Process, select a process that improves something. So you have already identified here that HR department, IT department, and production department. These are the three processes where you have to initiate the project. feasibility. Is it doable or not? So don't try to solve world hunger, too broad, too complex. As a rule of thumb, a project should be expected to conclude successfully within 4 to 6 months. Okay, whenever you are initiating the project, just try to initiate the project on the challenge that you think that this challenge can be fixed within 4 to 6 months. Okay, that's it. Measurable impact. Sorry, measurable impact. Then you have to identify if you will initiate the project. So how much will be the benefit in terms of dollars? How much will be the benefit in terms of cycle time reduction? How much will be the benefit in terms of return on investment? And how much will be the benefit in terms of customer satisfaction? So against all these these factors, you have to evaluate your metric on which you are initiating the project. Potential for improvement. Now you have to identify that what is the scope of improvement. So a significant gap between customer requirement and process performance. How great is the support for the initiative? How much resistance is there to change? Sense of urgency. So by referring these elements, you can also prioritize the CTQ, or you can also prioritize the challenges to initiate the project. Resource support within the organization, project interaction. By using all these things, you can refer and you can prioritize the CTQ or the metric to initiate the project. So like if you are looking at here, alternate 1, alternate 2, alternate 3. So these all are could be your name of the CTQ. Let me explain you here. HR issue. Okay, let me explain you on this one because I have already developed something. So guys, if you can look at the slide here, I have mentioned some example for you. Let's say 3 different challenges that you have to initiate a project on the cycle time. You have to initiate a project on the CSAT score, customer satisfaction score. You have to initiate a project on improving the quality score. Okay. So return on investment, time impact, cost impact. Okay. So these are just some of the factors that I have mentioned here. In real world, in real scenario, you may have some more factors here. Okay. So like here, return on investment 5, I have mentioned here 5. Why? Because for return on investment, I have created here a table which is called return on investment. So by thinking here, I have mentioned that if by doing project on any of the CTQ, if that CTQ project will bring me the benefit from 2 million till 5 million, I will rate that as a 1. If by doing the project on any of the CTQ will bring me the benefit from 5 million till 7 million per month, I'll rate that as a 3. By doing the project on any of the CTQ will bring me the benefit from 7 million till 10 million, I'll rate that as a 5. So this scale could be 1 to 10. This scale could be 1, 3, 5. This scale could be 1, 6, 9 also. So I have set up here 1, 3, 5 scale. So the least benefit, the smallest rating. Higher benefit, higher rating. Highest benefit, highest rating. So by on evaluating on this table, I have rated cycle time project as a 5 by thinking that if I initiate a project on cycle time, it will bring me the benefit between 7 million till 10 million on a monthly basis. So that's why this 5 has been mentioned here. For CSAT score 3. So what does it mean 3 here? If we will initiate a project on CSAT score, so how much benefit it will bring to the process or to the organization? So it will bring the benefit between 5 million till 7 million. 5 million till 7 million for 3. So that's why I have mentioned here 3. Quality score. If I'll initiate a project on quality score, so how much benefit this metric will bring to my process. So this CTQ or metric will bring the benefit to my process as a 5. So 5 means again between 7 million till 10 million. Okay, so this is the meaning of these ratings here. Time impact. So what does it mean by time impact? 15 days till 1 month. So 15 days till 1 month means if any of the metric, if project on any of the metric will be completed from 15 days till 1 month, we will rate that as a 5. If project will be completed from 1 month till 3 months, then we will rate that as a 3. If the project will be completed more than 3 months, then we will rate that as a 1. So by thinking that, we have mentioned here 5, by thinking the cycle time project will be completed within 1 month. So 5. CSAT, customer satisfaction score. If we initiate a project on customer satisfaction score, that project will be completed within more than 3 months. So this one will be here. Quality score 3. So by thinking that quality score project will be completed between 1 month till 3 months, so this will be 3. Okay, and same goes for the cost impact. Cost impact, that how much amount we will have to invest to complete the project, to initiate the project. Okay, 313. Okay, from this table. Now at the priority value in this last column, what we have to do, either you can multiply them all up together here, you can add them all up together here, or you can get an average of all these value here. So in this example, I have added them all up together here. So 5 plus 5 plus 3, 13, and 3 plus 1 plus 1, 5, and so on. Okay, so because 13, we are getting 13 for the cycle time, so we will initiate the project on cycle time on first. Why? Because it will bring me the benefit highest. It will the time impact, it will be completed within the lowest time, least time, and it will bring me the benefit. The investment cost will not be very lesser or not be very higher. Okay, so that's why I'll initiate a project on this cycle time. This is just for the example. This is not the standard that you have to follow only these metrics or these ratings while initiating a project in real world in your organization. This is just for the example. Okay, so that's how we can initiate the project or prioritize the metric as per this table. If you have any question, you may ask, please. No question? Okay. So this is the difference between green belt and black belt, what I explained you just a few minutes ago when some of the gentlemen was asking whether how to differentiate between green belt and black belt project. So based on dollar value and based on impact. And so this is for the General Electric company. This is for the General Electric company, not for all the companies. Okay. Now, commonly used terminology in Six Sigma. So what are the commonly used terminology in Six Sigma? So identify customer. The external customer is someone who signs a check, pays our employer, and ultimately makes our paycheck possible. External customers have choice, and if they do not like your product or service, can take their business elsewhere. As I explained you, the external customer and the internal customer. So this is about the external customer. An internal customer or internal service provider can be anyone in the organization. An internal customer can be a co-worker, another department, or a distributor who depends upon us to provide products or services, which in turn are utilized to create a deliverable for the external customer. In general, internal customers do not have a choice. For example, if the sales department does not like accounting's credit policies, they can't fire the department and hire another one. Okay, so this is the example for the internal employees or internal customer, as I explained you before also. So voice of the customer, what does it mean by the voice of the customer? As I explained you before also, let me explain it once again. Voice of the customer is stated or unstated requirement of the customer. Voice of the customer can be explained or unexplained also. These are generally needs of the customers expressed in their own language, in their own way. Voice of the customer gives us insight about our customer needs and their perception and preferences about the products and services. Voice of the customer is translated into meaningful way that helps organization to understand need of their customers so that the organization can strive to meet those needs. Okay, the king desires it all and deserves it too. Okay, so this is the bottom line of all these statement. Critical to quality. What is critical to quality? As I have been saying you from the very beginning, that critical to quality is the customer need, customer requirement. Okay, so critical to quality here is, critical to quality are the key measurable characteristics of the product or process whose performance standards or specification limits must be met in order to satisfy the customer. They align improvement or design effort with customer requirements. CTQs represent the product or service characteristics that are defined by the customer. They may include the upper and lower specification limits or any other factors related to the product or service. A CTQ usually must be interpreted from the qualitative customer statement and to an actionable quantitative business. So this is for the CTQ, that what are the CTQs? Okay, customer CTQs. What are the customer CTQs? Customer CTQs are customers need and expectations, which can be explained as customer responsiveness, communication, marketplace competitiveness, on time delivery, accurate and complete customer deliverables, product service. Okay, like that. Project CTQs. So what does it mean by project CTQs? Project CTQs, to determine project CTQs, the customer and their wants must be determined. Critical to quality characteristics are determined by the customer. CTQs are always given by the customer. Okay. Project CTQs are integrated with the business strategy through the product process drill down tree. So these are the ways of identifying the CTQs from the customers. So high, which is a very frequently method which is used to identify the customer's voice of the customer, and the lower or the less frequently methods which are used to identify the customer's requirement. So phone calls, visit with the management, process participation, visit and work with the customer, structured interviews, focus groups. So these all are the ways of identifying the CTQs from the customer. Methods of for capturing VOC. So methods for capturing the VOC: by conducting interviews, by conducting survey, focus groups, quality function deployment, empathic design, lead users. So these all are the ways through which we can identify the customer's need or customer's requirement. Okay, now (47). So this was about the overview part. Now let's discuss about the 7QC tools. So how many of you know about the 7QC tools? Do you have any idea about 7QC tools?
Yes, a little bit.
Little bit. Oh, great. So can you please explain me any, can you tell me the name, any of the quality tools? Yes, my friend.
3D diagram,
3D
Pareto
diagram. Okay.
analysis, control chart,
Okay.
checklist,
Okay.
and two is remaining, I think. Two is, and histogram. Histogram is there.
Cause and effect diagram, Pareto chart.
CAD.
And there is, I think, checklist and check sheet.
Check sheet is there.
Both are common, my friend.
Tally sheet
Check sheet
also.
and checklist. What else?
Okay. Scatter plot.
Scatter plot or scatter chart. What else? Check sheet.
Stratification.
Sorry,
Stratification.
I didn't get you. Say it again, please.
Stratification.
Spell it out. How do you spell it out, please?
STRATIFI.
Stratification.
Yes.
Stratification. Okay. That's a method of sampling, basically stratification. That's okay. Histopareto. Let me write it on my own way. Histopareto. Fishbone. Scatter. Okay, it's a flow chart. Okay, so these are the 7 quality control tools. These are the 7 quality control tools: the control chart, check sheet, histogram, Pareto chart, cause and effect diagram, scatter plot or scatter chart, and flow chart. Okay, so these are the 7 quality control tools. So how to use them? 7 quality control tools, though you will learn, and also you will have, for the time being, you can also download the free version of Minitab on your desktop or the laptop. But once you will get enrolled for the green belt or the black belt, I will teach you how to operate it. Though I'm going to explain you here also. This is the Minitab. If you haven't seen it so far, so this is the Minitab. Okay, this is the software which is used for doing the analysis, right? So, and the capacity of this tool is higher than the Excel, right? Because Excel's capacity is not as much as the Minitab, right? Where I have, oh, that's been deleted, no problem. Okay, so let's discuss about the histogram first of all. Okay, so how to plot the histogram? Okay, so let's say this is the data. Once you will start working on any project, so you will have this kind of data. You will have this kind of data. Okay, so like here I have a data. Oops. I have a data in my data in this data sheet. These are the employee IDs. These are the name of the employees, and these are the name of the client whom they are working for, and these are the name of the processes they are working into. These are, because this is the data from the India, so these are the name of the locations, Indian locations. Okay, Bangalore and Gurgaon. Okay, improved data. Okay, this is the data of defects. Let's create it as a defects data or data defects. Okay, this is the data of defects, the defects which had been made by these employees. Okay, qualification, what qualification they belong to here. Okay, marital status, what marital status they belong to, these all employees. Okay, these are the status of their marriage, marital status. AM, who is their reporting assistant manager, who is their trainer, who trained them, who is their immediate reporting manager. These are the complexity level, the level whether they are working on a level 1 or level 2. These are the shift they are working into, and this is the month from which month we have collected the data. These are the date on which date we had collected the data, the total number of hours they are supposed to work. Count of defects, again we have this metric here because we had this metric before as well, here as well. Data defects, and again, so let's just ignore it again. Okay, cycle time, the data of cycle time, the cycle time which is being performed by each of the employees. Okay, now handling time, let's ignore it again. Each of the employees, so in relevance in name of all the employees, we have mentioned here the name. We have mentioned here the age of the employees, their tenure, that since when they have been in the work, they have been in the organization, their quality score, their CSAT score, customer satisfaction score, which is called, and fail pass. Okay, so this is the data. Now, if I'll copy this data and paste it to the Minitab here. Okay, this is the worksheet. This is in Minitab, this is called a worksheet, and this is called the session window. This is called a session window. Okay, and this is the worksheet. If I paste or bring the data on the worksheet on Minitab, now Minitab is asking what do we want to do here. So as per seven QC tools. Okay, so as per the 7 QC tools, the overview of the 7 QC tools, the term 7 QC 7 tools for quality check is named after the 7 tools of the famous warrior Banki. There was a warrior Banki. He was from Japan. Okay, Banki owned 7 weapons which he used to win all his battles. So he had a great expertise in operating all those 7 type of weapons who had Banki. Okay. And due to his great expertise in operating all those 7 types of weapons, he was never defeated in any of his battle. So similarly, from my own experience, you will find that you will be able to solve 95% of the problems around you if you wisely use these 7 QC tools of QC. Okay, 7 quality control tools. Ishikawa. So this statement was given by Mr. Ishikawa. Ishikawa, who developed the cause and effect diagram, or the fishbone diagram, or Ishikawa diagram. Okay. Now, the seven QC tools are proven scientific management tools which are basic and easy to understand. They form the fundamental foundation for all problem solving and quality controls activities benefit. Okay. Providing training and thinking, raise people's problem solving confidence, increase people's ability to predict future events. So what are these 7 quality control tools? So these 7 quality control tools are histogram, Pareto chart, cause and effect diagram, flow chart, scatter plot, check sheet, and control charts. Okay, these are the 7 quality control tools. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, though this is not the part of overview, but still I'm explaining you. Okay, once you will have a better comprehension once you will get enrolled for the green belt or the black belt. Okay, so these are the 7 quality control tools. But at a very high level, I'll explain you how to use these tools on the Minitab, and what the Minitab will give you by plotting these all charts and plots in front of you. Histogram. What's the use of histogram? Histograms provide a simple graphical view of data, including its dispersion and central tendency. In addition to the ease with which they can be constructed, histograms provide the easiest way to evaluate the distribution of data. These bins help you understand the frequency of distribution on every bin. The height of the bar depicts the frequency of the data in the range or bin under consideration. If you see the picture below, you can infer that in the bin range 2.625 till 2.7875, there are 9 data points. Let me show you. There are 9 data points. It's talking about this one. Okay, because the frequency, it has 11, 9. No, it's not giving that particular information on the bar. Well, no problem. I'll explain you on the Minitab. Okay, 9 data points. If the bin is not visible in your histogram, mouse over could give you the bin value. Most of the data is likely to line in the bin which has the highest. Okay, let me explain you here. So what the histograms will show you, let's say if this is the data you have, okay, and by using this data you are initiating a project. You are initiating a project on files processing time. Okay, let's say, though it's mentioned here cycle time, I'm changing the name of this metric, files processing time, files. Okay, files processing time. Let's say this is the data of some bank. Okay, and in that bank the loan files are getting logged in, loan files. Okay, loans file. So we want to check that what is the data distribution of the files logged in, of the files getting of the files are getting logged in. So this is the data on which I want to do the study. Okay, so what we will do, files processing time, just go to the graph and histogram. So 4th option from the top under graph, we will click on here, and now it's asking here the 4 different options: simple, with fit and groups, with fit, outline, and groups. Okay, so here I'm going to select this one because it's giving me a bell-shaped curve also, right? These 2 options are used when we have more than one sample, because here I have only one sample, one data set. So I'll use this one. Okay, this one. Now click on OK. Now it's asking for the data, that where is the data on which we want to use the histogram. So let's say this is the data. Yes, files processing time. So just double click on this files processing time and click on OK. So this is the graph that it has plotted for us. So what does it mean? The width of the bar is called a bin size or the interval size. Okay. And the height of the bar is called, these are called bars. Okay. This is called the frequency scale, Y scale, and this is called the file processing count on the x-axis. So if you see the position of my cursor, so it is showing here bar value is equal to 1 and bin or interval size 1.1 till 1.3. So it is showing here that there is one data point in my data set. There is one data point in this data set. In this data set, there is only one score value, which is falling between the range of 1 till 1.3. 1.1 till 1.3 minutes. Now, if I'll
we can use the same in Excel as well, right?
Yes, it can be plotted on Excel, in Excel also, yes. But in Excel, you are supposed to perform several actions. You have to perform some formula, you will have to perform some calculation, then you will be able to perform it. But here just you have to give some command and the graph will be in front of you.
Perfect.
Yeah. So now if I'll move my cursor to the next bar, so it is giving me the information that how many data points are falling in my data set, in my sample, between the range of 1.3 till 1.5. So it is saying here 18 data points. Yeah. If you can see in front of value 18 and bin is equal to 1.3 till 1.5. So 1.3 till 1.5 is the bin size here. Bin size means interval size. And 18 is the frequency of the numbers which are falling between this particular range in this data set, in this sample. Okay. Now again here, how many data points are falling here? 44 in the range of 1.5 till 1.7. How many data points are falling here? 107 in the range of 1.7 till 1.9. So that's how it gives me the data distribution information, that how the data is distributed. Yes, how the data is distributed. Okay. And if you will look at this line, this blue line, this is called a bell-shaped curve. Bell-shaped curve. Why this is called a bell-shaped curve? Because it looks like a bell. Okay, a ringing bell. Okay. So that's why this is called a bell-shaped curve. Now, if you will, wherever the peak point of this bell-shaped curve, wherever the peak point of this bell-shaped curve touches the x-axis, that is called the mean. So on the x-axis, somewhere here will be the mean. And if exactly we want to see what is the mean, so that is here. What is the mean of this entire data distribution? What is the mean? So mean is 2.693. Yes. And on the x-axis, what is the position of 2.693? The position is here. Okay. Standard deviation. What is the standard deviation? This is the standard deviation. N means how many data points are there in my sample or in my data set. So 3,371. That means how many data points are there in this sample or in this data set, in this column? 3,371. Okay, that's what it is saying here. Now, this histogram tells me whether my data is a unimodal or multimodal. So though you will learn about it, that what is unimodal and what is multimodal in the green belt and black belt program. Okay, so this is a unimodal data. How to check that whether this is a unimodal or multimodal or bimodal? In the data set, in this histogram, when you have a single highest bar, that is called a unimodal. So in this data distribution, we have only one single highest bar. So that's why this is a unimodal data. When we can say that this is the bimodal, when we have two bars with the equal highest height. Okay, so if we would have one more bar with the equal height of this highest bar, then we would say that this is a bimodal data. if we would have more than two bars with the equal highest height as this highest bar has here, then we would say it as a multimodal data. Okay, so that's how we can identify whether my data is unimodal, multimodal, or bimodal. Okay, now it also explains me whether my data is in normal distribution or not. Normal distribution or not. So the characteristics of the normal distribution, normal distributed data is the data will be symmetrically divided on both sides of the single highest bar. So the first, the main characteristic will be the data will be unimodal. So this data is a unimodal, of course. Unimodal, why? Because this data contains a single highest bar. So this is a unimodal data. We are okay up to here. The another characteristic of the normal distributed data is that data will have a symmetrically distribution on both sides of this single highest bar. So do we have a symmetrically distribution on both sides of the single highest bar? Guys, do we have a symmetrical distribution on both sides of this single highest bar? Symmetrical means identical distribution. The way we have bars on the left side of the single highest bar,
No,
do we
no.
have? No?
No, no, it's not.
Exactly. So that's why this data is not in normal distribution. This data is not in normal distribution. So if you will look at here, we have some data points here, 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 up to here. Okay. So that's why this data is not symmetrically distributed on both sides of the single highest bar. So this data is not in normal distribution. What is the significance of normal distributed data and not normal distributed data? Once you will go for the green belt and black belt program, then you will learn about it. Because in analyze phase, there are different category of hypothesis test. Okay. And while conducting those tests, some of the tests which can be performed on normally distributed data, and some of the tests which can be performed on not normally distributed data. So that point of time, you should know that whether my data is not whether my data is normally distributed or not. If not, so which test will be performed, and if yes, which set of tests will be performed. Okay, so then this information will play a very significant role, right? Now histogram will always let you know, histogram will also let you know whether your data has a centering issue or variation issue. So what does that mean? So centering issue and variation issue, let's say we all are working for some banking sector. In banking sector, this is the data of file processing time. Let's say between 2.1 minutes till 2.3 minutes, how many files had been processed? 352. Between 1.9 minutes till 2.1 minutes, how many files had been processed? 227. Between 1.7 minutes till 1.9 minutes, how many files had been processed? 107. Yes. So let's say we are working for some banking sector, and now the top management has given us the target that all the files must have been processed either equal to or lesser than 2.1 minutes. Either equal to or lesser than 2.1 minutes. So this is the 2.1. Okay. So whatever the number of files are falling beyond or right side of this particular line, these files are not meeting the set benchmark of the 2.1 minutes, because this is the bar of 2.1 minutes. What is the interval range of this bar? 1.9 till, oh come on, 1.9 till 2.1. Yes. So now this is the target. Okay. So if this is the target, to process all the files, either to be processed below than or equal to 2.1 minutes. So this is my process, and this all my process part is the defective part, because these files are not being processed within 2 minutes or 2.1 minutes, right? So now what you would like to do here, what is the current mean of the data? So the current mean of the data is that all the files are being processed in an average how much time? This much. And this is how much? 2.69. Yes. So now the management has given us the target that all the files must have been processed in an average 2.1 minutes. But right now, what is the current average time for the file processing? 2.69. So I will have to shift the current average time of the file processing from 2.69 till 2.1. Yes. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to shift the mean of the file processing time from 2.69 till 2.1. So I'm changing the centering position of the mean, because mean is right now sitting at here, and I'm trying to move it from here till here. Yes. So I'm trying to shift the centering position of the mean of the process. Okay. So that will be a centering position. So then you will work on the centering issue. You will try to fix the centering issue in the process while working on mean. What are you trying to do here? You are trying to reduce the files processing time, the average time of file processing time. So from 2.69 till 2.1. Okay, this will be a centering issue, right? And this is called a centering issue fixing, right? Now, as I explained to you in the very beginning, here what will be applicable? USL, because you do not want any employees to keep or to maintain their average file processing time more than 2.1 minutes. You would like them to maintain their average file processing time either equal to or lesser than 2.1. Yeah. So you have specified here what? Upper side specification limit to perform their file processing time. Yes. So when you are working on the metric that you want to see to be reducing, then USL will be applicable, what I explained to you in the very beginning. Okay. So that's how you identify with the help of histogram whether your data has a centering issue or variation issue. So I have given you the example here that this data has a centering issue. Okay. Now, in the another example, let's say my management wants me to keep the average files processing time 2.69 minutes, and that is what I am holding right now. Yes, 2.69. So there is no need of reducing the average file processing time further. Yes, or to increase, because my management or my organization wants me to hold the average file processing time 2.693 minutes, and that's what I'm holding right now. So there is no issue with that. But there's a variation issue in the data. Can you see the variation issue? Variation issue is here. This is the variation issue. Can you see the people who are giving me the average file processing time between 5.3 till 5.5? There are two score values which are falling between 5.9 till 6.1. There are one score value which is falling between 6.1 till 6.3. Two score values between 6.3 till 6.5. One score value between 6.9 till 7.1. One score value between 7.3 till 7.5. Yes. So this is the variation issue in the data. So if my organization or my process wants me to fix the variation issue in the data, so what to do then? Just target standard deviation. So to reduce the variation in any process, we should focus the standard deviation. Once we will reduce the standard deviation, these data points or these huge average file processing time data points will be shifted from here to here or to here or to somewhere here. Okay. So these all informations are given by the histogram. Now, the question arises here. The people think, is the histogram and the bar graph are same? Histogram and the bar graph are same? No, histogram is a different and the bar graph is a different thing, because what the bar graph will do, bar graph plots a specific bar for all individual score values. Okay, but histogram will create a range at the bottom, like this: 1.3 till 1.5, 1.5 till 1.7, and then gives the number of frequency between that particular range. But bar graph will not give me any range, only it gives a bar, and that bar will be for that specific score value. That's it. So this is the difference between bar graph and histogram. Bar graph and histograms are not the same. If you have any questions so far about the histogram, you may ask, please. No question, guys? Okay, let's move. Now, Pareto chart. So what does it mean by Pareto chart? So let's refer the module here. Okay, let's discuss some points of the histogram because we had left. Histogram typically contain the following elements. What elements? On x-axis, divide into bins, what I explained you just right now. Intervals or bins for the observed values of the variable. On y-axis, representing the frequency that observed the values fall within each bin. Vertical bars representing the frequencies. Optionally, a superimposed fitted distribution. Use histogram. So here it has it is showing you a path also how to perform the histogram on Minitab. Use histograms to visualize the distribution of sample data. Look at the central tendency, variation, and overall shape of the distribution. You might create a histogram before or during an analysis to help confirm assumptions and guide further analysis, what I explained you just right now. Okay, so in all these analyses it helps us. Okay, and this is what it looks like. Right now, the next tool is Pareto chart. So what the use of Pareto chart? Pareto chart is a graphical analysis tool that is used for decision making based on the Pareto principle. Okay, Pareto principle. Why Pareto principle? Because it was Alfred Wilfred Pareto who developed this Pareto chart. Yes, known as the 80-20 rule. It is a decision making technique that statistically separates a limited number of input factors as having the greatest impact on an outcome, either desirable or undesirable. Pareto analysis is based on the idea that 80% of the project's benefit can be achieved by doing 20% of the work, or conversely, 80% of the problems are traced to 20% of the causes. Yes, so Pareto charts are extremely useful because they can be used to identify those factors that have the greatest cumulative effect on the system, and thus screen out the less significant factors in an analysis. Ideally, this allows the user to focus attention on a few important factors in a process. So what it does in actual, a Pareto chart prioritize the most contributing factors in my project. Okay, now it is based on 80-20, but in actual this is not mandatory that all the analysis will be based on 80-20. The ratio could be anything, 70-30, 60-40, could be anything. Okay, now it is saying here that by doing this analysis we can identify that what are those 20% causes which are impacting 80% of my project or contributing 80% to my project. Yes, it is based on 80-20 principle. It gives the cumulative percentage. The Pareto chart gives the cumulative percentage, that what are those highly contributing factors which are impacting most to my project. Yes, so how to do that? For Pareto chart, just simply go to Stat, Quality Tools, and Pareto chart. Pareto chart will be here. So once you will click on Pareto, it will ask you that where is the attribute? Attribute means where are those factors against which we want to do the analysis. So let's say in my data, I have, let me explain you the data once again. In my data, I have AMs, I have trainers, I have managers. Okay. So I have multiple or n number of trainers here. So let's do this analysis against the trainers. Okay. So let's go to stat again, then quality tools, then Pareto chart. Now I want to do the analysis against the attribute, against the trainers. So where is the trainer? So this is the trainer. Now frequency, where is the data? The data is file processing. This is the data. Or not, rather than taking the data of file processing, let's take the data of defects, data defects. Data defects. Okay. Quality tools, Pareto chart. Okay. Trainers. With the trainer, with the data of trainer, it's here. Now frequency, data defects. Okay. Now click on OK. So once you will click on OK, it will give you this picture. This picture. What it is saying here. If you will look at here, this is the scale. This is the Y scale. This is also a Y scale. So this Y scale is giving us the frequency of the defects because we have plotted this Pareto chart on the data of defects against the trainers. Yes. So now if you will look at here, this is the frequency, this is the scale of data defects frequency, and this is the scale of cumulative percentage. I'll explain you one by one each and everything here. On this x-axis, it has given us the name of the attribute. In my attribute, I had taken what? Trainer. So the first trainer name, Kishore, who is the most contributing factor. And this Kishore is the most contributing factor by giving me what number of defects? 14,393. Yes, what is the count of the defects here? Data defects, count of the defects, 14,393. So Kishore, by giving me the defects count 14,393 is contributing 14.1 out of 100% is contributing 14.1 in what? In creating the defect. The contribution of Kishore is how much? 14.1 in creating defects. So what is the cumulative percentage? 14.1. That's why Kishore, the bars above the Kishore is containing the highest height. For Gagan, Gagan has created how many defects? Gagan has created 14,330, lesser than Kishore. That's why the height of the Gagan's bar is lesser than the Kishore. Now, what is the individual contribution of Gagan? Individually, contribution of Gagan is 14% out of 100%. The individual percentage of Kishore is 14.1, but Gagan individual contributing percentage is 14%. Okay, but cumulative percentage, cumulative means addition. Okay, 14.1 plus 14.0, 28.1. Okay, so cumulative means Gagan and Kishore all together contributing how much? 28.1. Yes. Now Sudesh, defects creation rate is how much? 13,632. Sudesh, individual contributing percentage is how much? 13.3. And the cumulative means Sudesh plus Gagan plus Kishore. So how much is the cumulative? 14.1 plus 14 plus 13.3. So 41.4, right? So if we will work on these two factors, Kishore and Gagan, so what percentage of the project will be fixed? 28.1 out of 100%. If we will work on these three factors, Kishore, Gagan and Sudesh, what percentage of the project will be fixed? 41.4% out of 100%. If we will work on these four factors, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to Rouhani, So what percentage of the projects will be fixed? 13.2. This is the individual contribution of Rouhani, but the cumulative is 54.5. So if we will work on these four factors, 1, 2, 3, 4, what percentage of the project will be fixed? 54.5% out of 100%, and so on. Okay, so that's how we can identify the cumulative percentage, individual percentage, the count of defects, and the name of the attribute here. Right now, this is the scale of the defects. So that's why the height of the bar is representing the count of defects here, because up to here this is 20,000. So somewhere here this is 14,393. Right now, this scale is for the cumulative percentage. If you will look at here, Kishore is giving cumulative percentage how much? 14.1. So if I draw a line from this red dot till here, so somewhere here this is denoting the point of 14.1. 14.1. Okay, similarly it goes for this one. This line, this dot is showing a cumulative percentage between 20 till 40. Yeah, but in mid of 40 and 20, so it will be 28.1. So this will be 28.1 here. Same goes for the third red dot point. Third, it's here. So it's going up to here. Yeah, a little bit above than 40%. So this is 41.4. So this is 41.4. Okay, so this is the cumulative percentage scale. This is frequency percentage scale, and this is the X scale. Okay, if you have any question up to here, you may ask, please. No question? Okay.
Carry on, please.
Okay, so that's how we can identify with the help of Pareto chart. The Kishore's individual cumulative percentage is 14.1. These two, 28.1. These three, 41.4, 54.5, like that. Okay, so this is the Pareto chart, what it explains us. Now, Pareto, let me check the third one. Okay, because we had left this part, so let's go through this now. A Pareto chart ranks your defects from the largest to the smallest contributor, which can help you separate the vital few problems from the trivial many. The right y-axis shows the percent of the total defects, and the left y-axis shows the count of defects, what I explained to you. The red line indicates cumulative percentage, what I explained to you also, which can help you judge the added contribution of each category. The bars of the histogram show the count and the percentage of the total for each category. The count, percent, and cumulative percent are listed for each category at the bottom, what I explained you. If the last group in the Pareto chart is labeled other, then by default, it will contain a count of all defects in category with so few counts as to represent less than 5% of the total defect. So the meaning of this other, it is saying here, come on, what's wrong? It is saying here, if the last group will be here in the name of other, so that means the percentage contribution of the factors in that group will be less than 5% or equal to 5%. Less than 5% or equal to 5% total defect count. Okay. If any other group will be there, that will be in the name of, where is that? Other. Okay. And that's how it has showed here the path of how to plot the Pareto chart in the mini tab. And this is what it has plotted here to guide you. Now, cause and effect diagram. So what the significance of cause and effect? Cause and effect diagram is a tool which is used at the time of brainstorming. Okay. And this tool is used to categorize the different causes under the relevant categories. Okay, so this is a tool which is used to show or to show to represent the pictorially representing your all the contributing factors. Let's say you are working on some task in your organization, and as I told you the story of that museum, yes, so you are also working on some task or on some activity in your organization, and what happens that you started conducting some activity to identify the contributing factor. So what you will then do, then you will come across different potential causes. So let's say, let me note it down first: man, machine, method, material, mother nature. Okay, so let's say you are conducting a session in your process in your department to fix some issue, and while conducting that session you come across some potential causes. Let's say you are conducting a session that you want to know that why the quality score or why the file processing time is going high, why the files processing time is going high. So for that you started asking the question one by one to all the people. So someone said just because of the age of the people on the floor. Okay, age of the people in the production unit, the systems are very slow. Okay, systems issue. Yeah, systems issue will belong to machine. Yes. Method, the SOPs are not updated. Okay, SOPs issue. So of course, SOPs issue will belong to the method, right? Material, let's say keyboard, we can say the keyboard. Yes, keyboard are of not good quality. Okay, measurement to maintain the quality score. Someone gave a rebuttal that to maintain the quality score, so that's why the cycle time, files processing time is going higher. Someone said just because of the location. Someone said because of the shift. Someone said the floor temperature. Yes. Now further, someone said the experience. Of course the experience will belong to the human being, so that's why I have put this into the man category. Machine, again in machine you can put someone else, something else. Method, again you can put here something else, right? So that's how you will categorize all the potential causes under different categories. Yes, under different categories. So how to create the the fishbone diagram, Ishikawa diagram, or the cause and effect diagram? For that, just go to stat, quality tools. This meetup has several options, my friend, several options. If you will look at attribute agreement analysis, uh, gauge RNR, if you might have heard about gauge RNR, okay, attribute agreement analysis, several options, but all these will be covered. All these are covered either in the green belt course or in the black belt course, or as well as in the master black belt course. Okay, so these, it has several options here. In graphs it has several options, in tools it has several options. Okay, so now cause and effect diagram. So cause and effect is here. So just click on here. Now you will get everything blank. Okay, but once I'll click here in this first box, the data will be highlighted here. Okay, so I have clicked here, I go, and all the data has been highlighted here. So now in personnel, meaning of personnel means the officials, the men. Yes, I have double clicked on men. Okay, the data is automatically fetched here in the relevant box. Yeah, now I'll click in the box in front of machines. Here I go. Now it's asking that where is the data of machine, so I'll double click on machine, that this is the data. Now for material, again, this is the data of material. Okay. Methods. So this is the data of methods. Okay. Now measurement. So where is the data of measurement? Here is the data of measurement. Now environment. So environment, this is the data of environment. Also we can say it as a mother nature. Okay. So mother nature. Okay. Now effect. So what is the effect of all these causes? What is the effect of all these causes? So let's say high file processing time. Okay. Title, what name you want to give it to? So let's say I want to give it as a Ishikawa diagram, or you can call it as a fishbone diagram, or you can call it as a cause and effect diagram also. Okay. Once you will click on OK, it will give you a picture, and that picture will be this one. So why do we call it as a cause and effect diagram? Because due to all these causes, age, experience, keyboard, and all, this is the effect. This effect is coming because of all these causes. So that's why we call it as a cause and effect diagram. Okay. Ishikawa diagram. Why? Because Mr. Ishikawa has developed this tool. That's why this is called. This is also called as a Ishikawa diagram. Fishbone diagram, because it looks like the skeleton of fish. That's why we call it as a fishbone diagram. Okay. So, but now, is it mandatory always to give this certain name? Like I have given here personnel, material, measurement, environment, method, machines. No, this is not mandatory. If you while doing the activity in your organization, and you have some different categories name here, so please mention those names. There is no any thumb of rule that you have to mention only these headers name, like personal, material, measurement, and all. No, you can mention the name as per your own project requirement. Okay. Another question, is it mandatory, compulsory to attach or create these 6 branches? No, you may have lesser than 6 or more than 6 as well. Depends on the potential causes. Okay. How many potential causes you have, and as per the potential causes, what all relevant categories name you have, it depends on that. Okay. So you may have either 6, lesser than 6, or more than 6 also. You may have same name of the branches or different name also. Okay. There is no any thumb of rule here that only you have to stick with these particular names and with these particular branches, count of particular branches. No. Okay. It is as per the requirement of the project. Yes. So this is the use of Ishikawa or fishbone diagram.
That
Now,
is Ishikawa also called YY diagram.
YY, 5Y, yes.
Yeah.
Because here, what you can see, where's that? Let's go. Right. So why this is called, my friends, as a YY or 5Y diagram? Because let's say someone said the high file processing time is just because of Y. Let's say because of experience. The lesser experienced people's processing time is very high. Okay. So now you would like to ask why? So someone will say because the training material is not of good quality. Okay, training material is not of good quality. Why? Then again someone say because there is no any mechanism or reviewing method. Okay, why? Because no roles and responsibility was assigned. Why? Because the leadership is not responsible, like that. Okay, so for that, what you will do? Experience. Where is that? Experience. Okay, so now experience, the lesser. Okay, let me write it down as a less experienced people. Okay, less experienced people are responsible to give a high file processing time. Why? Because of training, poor training material. Okay, why is this poor training material? Because no reviewing method is available, like that. Okay, so what you will do, then again go to stat experience man. Okay, then you will have such kind of, where that has gone, just give me a sec please, that's been not fetched. Okay, then you will have this kind of further branches, that experience in the place of, okay, so that's what you will get here. Like you would like to ask, okay, experience, why the experience is playing a vital role in increasing the file processing time? Because no reviewing, because the poor training material. Okay, why the poor training material is there? Because no reviewing method. Why no reviewing method is there? Because no responsibility was assigned. Why? Because the leadership is not responsible for that, like that. Okay, so that's what you will get here. Yet, yes. So 5y can be introduced here, but 5y doesn't mean, my friends, that only we have to go for the 5 times with the y. No. If 5y means that we have to delete down further. Delete down further. Why? Because we want to identify the root cause. If to identify, to catch the root cause, if we have to go till 10 times y, so we will go. If we can achieve the root cause at 2 times of y, so there is no need of further moving with the y, like 3 times, 4 times, like that. Okay, so the main purpose of putting y here, identifying the root cause, that why this is happening. And once we identify the root cause, we can stop there with the count of y, whether this is more than 5 or less than 5. Yes, any questions, my friend, here up to here? No questions? Okay. Now the further tool is, okay, so this is the theory part of the cause and effect diagram. So Ishikawa diagram, fishbone diagram, and cause and effect diagram is an analysis tool that provides a systematic way of looking at effects and the causes that create the contribute to those effects. Because of the function of the fishbone diagram, it may be referred to as a cause and effect diagram. As I explained to you, the design of the diagram looks much like the skeleton of a fish. That's why this is called as a fishbone diagram also. Therefore, it is often referred to as a fishbone diagram. Whatever name you choose, remember that the value of the fishbone diagram is to assist teams in the categorizing the many potential causes of problems or issues in an orderly way and in identifying root causes. Okay, this diagram also called an Ishikawa diagram. Yes, and this is used to associate multiple causes. So what I have mentioned there, man, machine, method, material, mother nature, and measurement. Okay, you could also choose your own heads for the fishbone, as I explained you. There is no any thumb of rule that we have to stick only with these particular name. No, we can give the name as per my own project requirement. Options for the cause and effect on Minitab. So that's what I have showed you to perform on the Minitab. And later on, you can download the free version, 1 month trial version on your desktop or the laptop, and you can do practice if you want. Or if you need my assistance, so you can speak to IMC. I'll provide you all the assistance there. Okay, cause and effect diagram. So this is the picture what we have also performed. Now flow chart. So what does it mean by flow chart? Flow chart, this is a very significant tool during the project or during the course of the Six Sigma project. So flowchart, a flowchart is a diagram that uses graphic symbols to depict the nature and flow of the steps in a process. Another name for this tool is flow diagram. It is a diagram that uses graphic symbols to depict the nature and flow of the steps in a process. Let me explain you from the bottom. Oops. So if you are able to see all these shapes, okay, all these shapes, I'm getting it smaller just so that you can look at all the shapes just in a go. So these all are the shapes. Let me get it a little bigger. Okay, so this rectangular box is always used while developing a flow chart or process diagram. This rectangular box is always used to show the process activity, process step. Okay, this this is called a diamond box or decision box. This diamond box is always used to show the decision taking step, okay, during the course of the process. This shape is always used to show that this is the documented step, that this is the place where the activities are being documented or the information is being documented. This is the place where the data, you can represent that this is the data place, this is the place where the data is being captured. Predefined process, stored data, internal storage, and also these all are the pictures or the shapes that can be used while developing the flow chart. And the flow chart is a very useful tools, my friend. Why? If I show you a picture of the flow chart, if you all can see this, let me bring it down. If you can see that the start point of the process, the start point and the end point, if though this is hidden, the start point and the end point of the process, this is the end point, the position of my cursor. If you are able to look at here, the position of my cursor, this is the end point of the process, and this is the start point of the process. So the start point and the end point are always represented by the similar type of shape, by the same type of shape. But when you have to show the step activity, process activity, or process step or process activity, so always you will use the rectangular box here. So like in this example, this could be the first step of the process, second step of the process, third step of the process, and at the fourth step of the process, that might be the step where a decision is made. Okay, decision taking step. So at decision taking step, this could be the yes no situation, whether if the product is passed, then what happens, if the product is failed, then what happens, where it goes. If the product is failed during the quality check, what happens then, it goes to which department, what activities are followed on that product. If that product is passed during the quality check, what happens then, where it goes. So it goes to this this step, then again a decision making step, and that's how. So this is the flow chart which is used in any process. A flow chart is used in any process to show or to depict the process in these shapes. And this is a very useful. Why this is very useful? Because 90% process or 90% issues you can fix just by using this tool. How? Because in many of the processes, the waste are sitting at the different positions, at the different activities in the process. There are 7 types of waste. Do you know about that? How many types of how many types are there of waste? Anybody of you? No idea? There are 7 types of waste, my friend, in the processes. The first is unnecessary transportation, unnecessary inventory, unnecessary motion, unnecessary waiting, unnecessary overproduction, unnecessary overprocessing, and defect. These are the 7 types of waste. So while developing this flow chart of your process, what you can do? you can identify that which type of waste is sitting here in my process, which type of waste is sitting here in my process, which type of waste is sitting here in my process, and to mitigate that waste from my process, what action plan should be there. Okay, so that's what we can perform here. This flow chart is developed at a micro level. Micro level means at a very detailed manner. Okay, this is not a very high level one, this is a detailed one. Detailed one means you are supposed to capture the minor to minor activities of the process, and then you have to evaluate where all the wastes are sitting in the process. And uh, by by removing those waste from the process, then you can streamline the process. What does it mean by streamline of the process? You can increase the customer responsiveness, you can reduce the processing time, you can increase the productivity, you can reduce the defect rate, you can reduce the processing over processing activity, you can reduce the overproduction, you can reduce the unnecessary inventory. You can give the help, or you can bring the benefit in several ways by developing this tool. This is a very useful tool. 90% problems can be fixed only by using this single tool in your process. So whenever, okay, let's say from tomorrow, if you can initiate any small activity, just list down all the steps of the process, okay, and just try to convert that into this picture, and then settle down with any responsible manager or with your higher reporting manager, and start thinking that which waste is sitting here and how to mitigate that. Okay, I guarantee you 90% process will be fixed from this activity. Okay, and you will be highlighted in your process in your organization. Might be you will get some salary hike or some promotion just by using this one. That's it. Okay, so this is a very significant, very useful tool. So this is called a flow chart. Okay, so flow chart can be developed in a different ways. So this could be a basic, this could be a cross functional. Okay, so just let me explain you, because we had left some of the theory part here. Promote understanding of a process by explaining the steps pictorially. Okay, so flow chart represents pictorially to all the process steps. So people may have differing ideas about how a process works. A flow chart can help you gain agreement about the sequence of the steps. Yes, so flow chart promote understanding in a way that written procedures cannot do. So one good flow chart can replace pages of words. Yes, provide a tool for training employees. So this is a tool which can be used for training the employees. Because of the way they visually lay out the sequence of the process steps, flowcharts can be very helpful in training employees to perform the process according to standardized procedures. Yes, identify problem areas and opportunities for process improvement. So once you break down the process steps and diagram them, problem areas become more visible. It is easy to spot opportunities for simplifying and refining your process by analyzing decision points, okay, and redundant steps and rework loops. Depict customer suppliers relationships. Also, this is depicts the relationship between the customers and the suppliers, helping the process workers to understand who their customers are and how they may sometimes act as a suppliers and sometimes as a customer in relation to the people. What is the label in a flow chart? So it is showing here, because the flow chart could be a basic flow chart and the cross functional or the streamline flow chart. Okay, so when you are developing a flow chart, consider how it will be used and the amount and kind of information needed by the people who will use it. This will help you determine the level of detail to include. So macro level, mini level, and micro level. Okay, so micro level will be very helpful. Mini level, yes, it depends on the requirement. Macro level again depends on the requirement. So what is macro level? The top management may not need levels of details as a worker in the process. Generally, macro level flowchart have fewer than 6 steps of the process. Think of this as a 30,000 FT full-time view of the ground from the aeroplane. Now, mini label. What is the meaning of mini label? Okay. The term mini or MIDI is used for a flowchart that falls between the big picture of the macro level and the fine details of the micro level typically. It focuses on only a part of the macro level flowchart. Using the airplane analogy, you see the level of detail as if looking at the ground from the 10,000 feet from the above. Micro, this is a very useful one. People trying to improve the way a job is done need a detailed depiction of process steps. The micro level or ground level view provides a very detailed picture of a specific portion of the process by documenting every action and decision. It is commonly used to chart how a particular task is performed. Okay, so basically this is very useful, micro level. Okay, this is very useful. The rest depends on the requirement. What is the level in flowchart simple view? So this is the macro level, this is mini level, and this is micro level. Okay, so flowchart has done. Now types of flowcharts. So linear flowcharts, deployment flowcharts, and opportunity flowcharts. So linear flowchart example producing the sample. The POD means sample. A linear flowchart is a diagram that displays the sequence of work steps that make up a process. This tool can help identify rework and redundant or unnecessary steps within a process. So with the help of this, we can identify what are the unnecessary non-value added steps. Deployment flowcharts. A deployment flowchart shows the actual process flow and identify the people or group involved at each step. Horizontal lines define customer suppliers and all. Okay, so these all are the different functions which it is relating to. Now the last one, opportunity flowchart, value added and cost added only steps. So in value added and cost added, it shows here. So that what are the steps which are non-value added, which are the steps which are value added, and how to remove the non-value added steps from the processes. Okay, so this is the flowchart details. Now scatter diagram. What is scatter diagram? Do you have any idea about the scatter diagram, my friend? Any idea? No? Okay. So scatter diagram. Yes, I think someone wants to speak. Okay, no problem. So scatter diagram. Scatter diagram is a diagram which helps us in showing the relationship between two variables. Okay, so it shows the relationship between two variables, whether if one variable is increasing, so whether that is leading to another one or not. So scatter diagram are graphical tools that attempt to depict the influence that one variable has on another. This visual diagram helps us understand the relationship between two preferably continuous data. Okay, sorry, should. If the graph show an upward moving line, you could, okay, let me plot it on Minitab so that you will have a better comprehension about it. So to plot a scatter diagram or scatter plot on the Minitab, just simply go to the graph and the first option you will find the of scatter plot here. Okay, click on OK. It is giving you here several options that which scatter plot you would like to choose. So just go with this regression one, this option. Okay, why? Because at this stage, at the very initial stage, you won't be able to identify that whether the positive relationship between two variables or negative. Just with these two, two simple one, and with these two groups one, also these two, 1, 2, and 3. These all three are used, and this fourth one also for the groups when we have more than one sample or data set. This is the simpler one. So if you will use the simpler one, you will not be able to identify whether it is showing you a positive relationship between two preferable variables or negative relationship. Okay, so that's why let's try with this one. So now we want to check, first of all, what's the significance, what's the use of scatter plot. So I'll ask you, because this could be the question for you also. Let's say in your processes you are working, okay, in your processes there might be the people of different age group. Yes, in your production units, there might be the people of different, there might be the workers even rather of different age groups. Like someone could be of 31, someone could be of 32, 33, 34, and so on. Yes. So if we talk about the efficiency or the effectiveness, so how, what do you think? Do all of them have the same efficiency or effectiveness level in terms of performance, or they may have a different performance level in terms of effectiveness and efficiency? Anybody of you guys?
They may have different level. They can have the same level.
Okay, they may have different levels, right?
Yeah.
As per their age group, as per their experience. Yes.
Yeah.
There might be a probability, like the people who belong to the 31 age group, their performance level must be not should not be that much of good like the people who are around 35, and the performance level of the people. Yes, are you saying something?
If I'm talking about a different age group in a same production unit, just like a packing department, then there will be a different efficiencies of different age group working in the same department. If I like that, if age group of a 35 years old person working in the packing department, producing a less packaging product, then if I have compared it with a 30-year-old young man, because his energy level and his energy level is totally a different one if I'm comparing about with the 35 years old person.
Oh, true, true, very true. What's your name, please?
My name is Shafiq Ahmed.
Okay, Mr. Ahmed. Great. So let's take an example of Mr. Ahmed, because just he gave me a very good idea so that I can quote you the example on your own process. So let's say in my, okay, let me just give me a sec. The cycle time and the age of the people, right? Okay, so let's say I'm going to plot a scatter plot here and graph scatter plot here, and I want to see the age as per the age group of the people, that what's the pattern of the cycle time. Though Mr. Ahmed has given here the count of packaging of the box or the product, but here we are, because I do not have the data of that metric, so I'm taking here the data of file processing time. Okay. So what is the data of Y? So Y always be your data of response. Response means the data of metric on which you are initiating the project. So I'm considering here that file processing time data is my Y data here. Okay. So Y is file processing time. X, I want to see whether with the file processing time, the X means the age of the people, age in years. Okay. Age in years. Whether the age of the people has any significant relationship with the files of the with the time of the files processing or not. Okay. So I have fetched the data of files processing time in Y variable box and the age in years of the people in X variable box. Once I'll click on OK, it will give me a graph here. So this is the graph what it has given me here. So because what is this? So age in years. So why this is giving me this kind of lines here? Because I, in my data set here, let me show you age. In my data set here in this one, I have the data age in years like 24, 25, 26 like that. Okay. So that's why it has given me here 24, 25, 26, 22, 23. Okay, like that. Because we do not have any score value here, 24.5, 24.6 like that. Okay. So that's why it has given me here 22, 23, 24 and so on. And this is On the y-axis, this is the time of files processing time. Okay, this is the frequency. On the y-axis, this is the scale of file processing time. So now this line is showing me that what is the relationship between age in years in the production unit and their file processing time. So it has a very small shift. If I don't know whether you can notice it or not, there is a small shift here. There's another small shift here. There's another small shift here. So what does it mean? It is saying here that there is no significant relationship between two variables. What does it mean? It means that some of the people in my production unit are with the age group of 22, some of the people 23, 24, and so on. So does the age of the people has any significant relationship with the file processing time? It is saying no. Why? Because it has a parallel line here. The people who has an age group of 22, they are also processing their files in the same time. How much is the time? 2.514. And the people who are at the age group at 25 or 24, they are also performing their files in a processing time. How much processing time? In 2.154. Again, the people who are in the age group of 27, 28 or 29, they are also giving me the file processing time as the people are giving me from 22 or 24. Yes, 2.14, 2.514. Now you might be thinking that what is this regression fit or files processing time is equal to 2.514 plus 0.007036 age in years and r square value and all. So my friend, this equation is called a regression equation. And if you want to know about it, this regression equation is covered in, and not only this regression equation, and many more things are covered in green belt and black belt. Okay, so the detailed I can explain you during the green belt and black belt, but here only the workful is that the people who belong to 28 or 29 age group, or 22 or 23 or 26 or 27, 25, they are in their performance there is a not much difference in their file processing time. Okay, if this blue line would have been like this, if this blue line would have been like this, then this is called a strong positive relationship. Strong positive relationship between two variables. Why? Because once the age is increasing, the file processing time is also increasing. Why? Because the people who belong to 22 age group, their file processing time is very less. The people who belong to 23 of age group, their file processing time is higher than 22. The people who belong to 24 of age group, their file processing time is higher than 23, and so on. So once we are increasing on the X scale, Y is also increasing. So this is a strong positive relationship. Once this X variable is increasing, Y is also increasing. So there is a strong positive relationship, right? So if this blue line would have been like this, then give me a sec, guys. I'm getting a call from.
It means that with the age, it will decrease the processing time. So file processing time with the age, increased age, it will be decreased. So it's the opposite.
Exactly, yes. So now here it is showing that there is a strong negative relationship between two variables. Why? Because the people who belong to 22 age of group, they have a very high file processing time. The people who have an age group equal to 23 or nearly, they have a lesser files processing time as compared to 2. So once we are moving or we are increasing on the X scale, the Y scale is going down. So this is a strong negative relationship. Yes. But now,
It,
right
it
now,
it could be the relationship of the age with the experience, because the more experience and the more aged people, they are working, they are more experienced. That's why they could perform more efficiently.
yes, yes, true. It depends. It depends on what variables I want to plot it and what I want to infer. Yes. Okay. So that's how. Now this is the blue line, but now because this is the actual picture, this is just for the example I have shown you. As per the actual picture, there is no significant relationship here. It is showing that no, whether the people, it doesn't matter whether the people of 22-year-old, 23, 26, 29, and so on. There's no much difference in the files processing time. Even the people who are just 22 years old, they are also giving me the same files processing time the people are giving 29 years old or 27 or 25. Okay. So that's what I can get from this scatter plot. Now, so that's what it is saying here in the book. In the book, it is saying here, scatter diagram are graphical tools that attempt to depict the influence that one variable has on another. This visual diagram helps us understand the relationship between two variables, preferably continuous data. Okay, okay, just I'll in the end I'll explain you what is the difference between continuous data and discrete data. Okay, though this is not the part of overview, but still I'll explain you. Should if the graph shown an upward moving line, upward, what I was explaining you, strong positive one. Okay, you could infer that there is a positive correlation between the variables, while the downward moving line shall mean that there is a negative correlation between variables. That is, with the increase in one variable, there is a negative impact on the another one. Yeah, if the line be parallel, what we are getting there, if the line be parallel, it would mean that there is no relationship between variables. Yeah. How to read scatter plot? So if we see trend the data, that means correlation exists. So if this trend is upward rising, then we call that there is a positive correlation in those variables. That is, increase in one variable leads to increase in the another variable. If this trend is falling downward, then we say there exists negative correlation, and that is, increase in one variable leads to decrease the another variable, and vice versa, what I explained you. Yes, the only problem with the scatter plot is that you always cannot predict the relationship precisely just by looking at this diagram. So this is the activity which has shown here to guide you how you can perform this on Minitab. Yeah, and this one. So this is the graph by using the first option, because if you remember, I skipped this one for you. I told you that you want to be able, this is this one option. If you select this option, then you will get this kind of graph. You won't get that line. Okay, but if you select this one, this option, then you will get a line. Okay. Right. So this is all about the scatter plot, or sorry, this is all about the check sheet. Now the last quality tools, so one of the 7 QC tools is check sheet here. So we have done with the scatter plot. If you have any question up to here about the scatter plot, you may ask, please. No question, guys?
Before using this scatter plot, then we must have the in our mind that the variables are having the relationship between them. Otherwise, it is not useful to use, because when you get the parallel line.
Exactly.
Am I right?
Yes, you are correct. Because this is not only for scatter plot. What's the name, please?
Miss Anwar.
Okay, Miss Anwar, this is not only for the scatter plot, this is for all the tools what we have discussed so far. Before using any tool, we must have in our mind that what we are going to interpret, what we want to understand. Only then we will be able to select the right tool, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah. So this is applicable for all the tools. So now for the check sheet. Check sheet. What is check sheet? First of all, there is no any specific type of check sheet that I can explain you that this is the check sheet, but check sheet can be developed as per my own requirement. Okay. So the check sheet is a form of document used to collect data in real time at the location where the data is generated. The data it captures can be quantitative or qualitative. Okay. Mr. Ishikawa identified 5 uses for check sheet in the quality control. So the first usage was to check the shape of the probability distribution of a process, to quantify defects by type, to quantify defects by location, to quantify defects by cause, to keep track of the completion of steps in a multi-step procedure. Okay, in other words, as a checklist. So if further I explain you about the check sheet for defect type. So when a process has been identified as a candidate for improvement, it's important to know what type of defects occur in its output and their relative frequencies. This information serves as a guide for investigating and removing the sources of defect, starting with the most frequently occurring. So what it is saying here, let's say if someone is doing a mistake. So first of all, what we will do here, let me create the data. Let's say a candidate name is A or candidate name is Mr. Anwar. Okay, and he's doing the mistake A type, mistake type A, mistake type B, mistake type C, mistake type D. Okay, so this is the type of, as this statement is explaining us here, check sheet for defect types. So we have different type of defects. The type of defects A, type of defects B, type of defects C, and type of defects D. Okay. Now, then it is saying here, then it is saying here, when a process has been identified as a candidate for improvement, it's important to know what type of defects occurring in its output and their relative frequencies. This information serves as a guide for investigating and removing the sources of the defects, starting with the most frequently occurring. So this is very simple. Let's say Mr. Anwar has made a type A defects 8, type B defects 2, 1, 0. So we would like to focus the type A defects because the type A defects has a high number frequency here. And we would like to further investigate that why these many defects are being happening or occurring in this category. So how to fix them all. So that's what it is explaining here. Check sheet for defect location. When process output are objects for which defects may be observed in varying locations. So for examples, bubbles in laminated products or voids in a castings, a defect concentration diagram is invaluable. Note that while most check sheet types aggregate observations from many process outputs typically, so this is basically about the location or the different process or the different type of products. So the same thing, what we have done here, it is about the location. It could be location, it could be different parts or the different products. So where we have the most number of defects, so that we can subsequently go for the root cause analysis, investigation, and we can fix them. Check sheet for defect cause. When a process has been identified as a candidate for improvement, effort may be required to try to identify the source of the defect by cause. Okay. Check sheet as a checklist. While the check sheets discussed above are all for capturing and categorizing observations, The checklist is intended as a mistake proofing aid when carrying out multi-step procedures, particularly during the checking and the finishing of the process outputs. Other type of check sheet. So other type of check sheet, because checklists are also called the check sheet. Okay, because check sheets are basically what? Check sheets are basically the tools which are used to make my product or services fail safe or mistake proofing. Let's say we all are working professional. So you may also have, if you are from quality department, you may also have some parameter sheet, and as per that parameter sheet you are supposed to evaluate the quality of the product or the service. So how do you do that? You might be doing that whether the parameter 1, parameter 2, okay, and 3 and so on. So what you might be doing in your organization, whether some product is meeting the parameter 1 or not. If that's meeting 1, so you would like to give as a weightage score 10. If 2, no, 0, 10, 9, like that. Yes. And then at the end of all the parameters, then you would like to give the entire quality score. And what that will be? That will be 54. Yes. So now this is also a kind of check sheet example. So let's say in your organization, in your department, you have been said, if any of the product maintain or keeps the quality score less than 60, that will not be doable. So if any of the product's quality score comes up less than 60, so you will consider them as a repairable or defective. Yes. So why you are considering them as a repairable or defective? Because you are trying to make your service or the product as a fail safe or fail proof, because you do not want to supply wrong product to the customer or the wrong service to the end users. So that is called your check sheet. Now control chart. What is control chart? Control chart is a chart which is used to, this chart is used to check whether my process is statistically controlled or not. Okay, so the control chart is the fundamental tools of a statistical process control, as it indicates the range of variability that is built into a system. Thus, it helps determine if a process is operating consistently or if a special cause has occurred to change the process mean or variance. Control charts works as indicator for health of the process. It helps us understand if our process is under statistical control or not. If our process is under statistical control, that means performance of our process will be predictable. The bounds of the control chart are marked by upper and lower control limits. If even a small portion of our process functions outside these limits, we call our process is not under statistical control. So that's what it is explaining us about the control chart. So this upper red line and the lower red line are the control limits. This is the upper control limit and this is the lower control limit. It's misprinted here. This is a lower control limit. Okay, and this is the average line. Okay, now if any times any of the data falls beyond the control limits, like this data point is falling beyond the lower control line, so this is a special cause, out of control point. This is a special cause. Okay, until the time we have all the data points between the upper control limit and the lower control limit, we can say my process is in statistically controlled, and that variation is coming because of the common cause variation. Okay, so this is just an overview, but in detail, if you want to understand all these control charts in detail, then you will cover these all control charts in green belt and black belt and master black belt. So still I'll show you. There are three types of control charts which are used on continuous data: X bar R, X bar S, X bar R, and IMR. These three control charts are used in continuous data. Further, in these three control charts, there are 8 types of special calls. These are the special calls. If you want to see any special cause is falling in your process or not, so then you have to go to this option, X bar R option, click on here, then test, and these are the 8 special calls. Okay, then you will be able to check all these patterns, and same goes for the another two control charts, like X bar S and IMR. Okay, now the charts which can be used for discrete data, P chart, NP chart, C chart, and U chart. These all 4 charts can be used for discrete data. For these charts, the special cause are, there are 4 special cause only, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so that's how you can learn during your green belt and black belt program, that what type of control charts can be used on discrete data and continuous data, and how to interpret the special cause there. So this is all about the 7QC tools so far. Though we have some more things about the 7QC tools, but because this is just an overview, so I could not explain you up to that level. Yes, but this is about the high level explanation about the 7QC tools. Yes, now because I was saying you that what's the difference between continuous data and discrete data. Continuous data and discrete data. Do you have any idea, guys, what could be the continuous data and what could be the discrete data? Any idea?
Continuous data increases continuously, or it has the same number, means 5, 10, 15, 20, what I feel. Continuous data. And regarding the discrete data, I don't have any idea.
No problem. Great effort. Anybody else? Nobody? Okay. Guys, continuous data, where a sample or a data set, where the numbers in a data set or in a sample have some intrinsic unit with themselves. Like if you have a data of duration, because I was taking an example there, the files processing time. So files processing time either be into minutes, seconds, hours. Yes or no? The files processing time, let's say if you are working with some bank, and in some bank, and you are just capturing the data of files login time or files processing time. So in what unit you would like to measure that time? You will have some selected options only. Either you would like to measure the time into minutes or seconds or in hours. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So wherever, yes, so wherever you are working on the data or sample or data set where the numbers have some intrinsic value or unit with themselves, that is called as a continuous data. So whenever you have a data of duration, like files processing time, call, if some of you might be working in the call center, so call handling time, some of you might be working in the production unit, so that could be some parts manufacturing time, like that. Okay, so that time could be what? That time either could be into seconds, or that could be into minutes, or that could be into hours. Yes. Now you might be working on the data where you have a weight, where you have the information of weight, like weight data. We can take an example, like you want to fix the issue of some of the products. Give me a sec, please. So weight. So in weight, either again you will have some selected option. Either you will have the data in kilogram or in gram. Yes. Similarly,
Yes.
height. Okay. Into meter or into centimeter. Yeah. Same. Okay. Age. The data of age also goes to the continuous data category. Why? Because age data, either you will have the data in years, because if someone says that he's 35 and someone says he's 28, 48. So what does that mean? He's saying that he's 35 years old. He's 21 years old, isn't it? So age, years, because whenever, let's say if I create here a sample of the data, like okay, so what does it mean? It means nothing. These are just numbers, nothing. But if I give a name here, now it has become a continuous data. Why? Because all these numbers are representing in years, and years is a continuous data. Why? Because years can be broken down further into smaller units. Years can be broken down into months. Months can be into weeks. Weeks into days. Days into minutes. Minutes into seconds. And same thing can be done with all these units, because minutes can be broken down further into seconds. Seconds into nanoseconds, then microseconds, and so on. Same goes for the kilogram and gram. Same goes for the meter and centimeter, and further. Same goes for the years. Whenever you will have a data of experience, so that data will also be in years. So that data will also belong to the continuous data. Whenever you will have the data of tenure or the experience, we can call that. Tenure means that someone has, how much time has been spent by someone in a particular company. So that's a tenure. Experience is the overall experience. So tenure, that will also be either in months or in years, yeah, or in days. Okay. Now temperature. Okay. Currency could be like Qatar Riyal, we can say the rupees, we can say the dollar, we can say the pound, yeah. And same temperature could be in degree Celsius or degree Fahrenheit. Okay, like that. So these all are the examples of continuous data. In a bottom line, wherever in a sample or in a data set, the numbers contain some unit with themselves will be considered as a continuous data. That's it. What does it mean by discrete data? Whenever you will have a data in percentage, the data will be considered as a discrete data. Whenever you will have a data in count, that data will be considered as a discrete data. So like you are working on a quality score. You want to increase the quality score of your process. So you might have the data like this, 29%, 58%, right? So this data will be considered as a discrete data. While because the percentage is never a unit. Percentage is not a unit. The meaning of percentage is this 29th part of the 100. That's it. So now either you can write it down in this way or you can write it down in this way. Now once you will solve it further, you will find this 0.29. So percentage can be solved further, but it cannot be broken down further. Okay, it cannot be broken down further. So that's why percentage is kept in to a discrete data category. You might be working count of defects in reducing the count of defects in your process. So in count of defects, you may have the count of defects like 24, 12, 20, 15, like that. Okay. So this is the count of defects. So count of defects will always be in discrete category. Why? Because you cannot there is no unit here, though 24 is a unit in itself, 12 is also a unit, 20 is also a unit, right? But there's no any further unit attached to all these numbers like second, minutes, gram, meter, years, like that. Okay. When you have a binary attribute, ordinal attribute, nominal attribute. Okay. When you have this kind of data, binary data, like in your company, in your organization, while working on some data, okay and not okay. Okay. So you might be working on the data like okay and not okay in your organization. So some of the part you would say okay, some of the okay, not okay, like that. Okay. So in such kind of data, you would like to increase the count of okay, and you would like to decrease the count of not okay. So this data will be considered as a binary data, yeah, binary attribute. And in this binary attribute, this data does not contain any unit like second, minutes, gram, kilogram, and so on. Yes. So this data will be considered as a discrete data. Again, ordinal data, CSAT score. Have you heard about the customer satisfaction score so far? Do you know about what is customer satisfaction score, guys?
Yes, star rating, just like star rating on online shopping.
Yes, star rating and online shopping, exactly. The guys who don't know about the CSAT score, let me give you an example. Because while purchasing, this is not on online rating, online purchasing, this is physically, if you visit to some of the showrooms like Woodland showroom or Nike showroom or any of the brand, and while purchasing some product from there, and while while making the payment, they ask you about your contact number. And once you give them your contact number, immediately or sometimes some seconds or minutes later, you get a message on your mobile number by asking that, okay, how would you like to rate our service on a scale of 1 to 10? So let's say if you are rating their service on a scale of 1 to 10, between 1 to 5, between 1 to 5. So for them, the meaning of 1 to 5 is dissatisfied. Or if you are rating their service between 6 to 8, 6 to 8. For them, the meaning of 6 to 8 is neutral. Okay, neither you are happy nor you are sad. If you are rating their service between 9 to 10, for them, you are a satisfied customer. You would refer their service to your friends, colleagues, family members, and all. Okay. So you might have this kind of data also, like dissatisfied, satisfied, neutral. Okay. Yes. So this is an ordinal data. So in this data, what would you like to do? You would like to convert the neutral people into satisfied, and you would like to convert the dissatisfied people into neutral. So this is an ordinal data, because once you will sort this data into ascending order or into descending order. So in ascending order, what you would like to keep on the top? Satisfied, then neutral, then dissatisfied. Okay. So this will be the sequence, this will be the order, of all these attributes. So that's why this is called ordinal attribute data. Okay. Basically this is called in the customer service sector. The people who are into the customer service sector, public dealing sector, they might be know about it pretty well. Okay. So CSAT score. So whenever you will have the data, this kind of data, so that data will be considered as a ordinal attribute. And in ordinal attribute, this data again does not contain any unit like seconds, minutes, kilogram, years and all. Okay. Now nominal data. Nominal data means the name of anything, because you know pretty well the meaning of nomination. Yes, nomination. So the name of anything, name of any department, name of any manager, name of any team leader, name of any location, name of any building, name of anything. Because if you are going to, let's say, you are dealing with different kind of products. Okay, you are dealing with the you are dealing with laptop, you are dealing with mobile phone, you are dealing with charger, you are dealing with mobile charger, you are dealing with several type of products. So now you want to do the analysis whether what the sale, what the collection rate as per selling of the laptop, what is the collection rate of as per the selling of mobile, what is the selling rate of this product, what is the selling rate of this product. So of course you would like to do the analysis by the name of laptop, because to laptop you can't call as a laptop charger, to mobile phone you can't call as a laptop. Yes. So the meaning of saying is here, whenever you have different type of data with a different name, so that name will be considered as a nominal attribute. Okay. Like you might be working with the automobile sector. In automobile sector you want to see, okay, which type of car is the most selling car for us. So what would you like to do? You would like to do, okay, the car like Nexon XM is the selling rate of the Nexon XM is this one, the selling rate of Nexon XE is this one, XMS is this one. So can you call XM as a XMS? No. Yes. So that's how we would do the analysis as per the different product while working in a same process or in the same organization. So that is called a nominal attribute. So this is the difference between discrete data and continuous data. If you have any confusion or any question up to here, you may ask, please. No question, guys?
No question.
Okay. Right. So let me cover a little part of the for the lean, because I explained you earlier that I told you earlier that I'll cover a little part of the lean. So lean is an approach where we do not need of any data, because Six Sigma, give me a sec, please. Because in Six Sigma, as I have been explaining you from the very beginning, that Six Sigma is a statistical approach. A statistical approach means we need a data. For doing a project, we must have a data. If we do not have a data, we can't do a Six Sigma project. But if we do not have a data, can't we do any project? No, of course we will do a project. Which project? Lean project. Okay, so that is lean project. So what is lean? So lean is a systematic approach to identify and eliminate waste. Okay, what are the waste? Non-value added activities in my process. Okay, through continuous improvement by flowing the product at the pull of the customer in pursuit of perfection. Let me get it bigger for you. So what it does, lean, what it does, it reduces the defect rate, it reduces the lead time, it reduces the cost, it reduces the inventory, it reduces the space and waste. Okay, and it improves what? It improves the productivity, it improves the customer satisfaction, it improves the capacity, it improves the responsiveness, it improves the quality and the profit. Okay, give me a sec, guys, please.
Excuse me, is there any audio issue?
I'm not able to hear you. Please kindly. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, right now.
Right. So, but you are not able to view the screen. Yeah. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
What happened?
Just give me a sec because there is some network issue. I lost the connectivity.
Right.
Hello, I cannot hear, please.
Yeah, just give me a sec, guys, because I'm just trying to connect so that I can share my screen with you all, and we can continue the session. Okay, just no problem because just we are left with the 6 minutes of session. So let me explain you what is the lean in very short manner. So the lean, though you are not able to see the screen, I know about it, but just I'm going to explain you still. The lean has 5 principles, my friends. The 5 principles. What are these principles? The first principle is value, that we have to identify the value. Then we have to do the value stream in the process, then flow, pull, and perfection. So what is it all about? So let me explain you one by one. That all we are doing is looking at a timeline for the moment of the customer gives us an order to the point when we collect the cash, and we are reducing the timeline by removing the non-value added waste. So this, it was said by the Taichi Ahuno. So who was the Taichi Ahuno? Taichi Ahuno was one of the employee of Toyota production system. Okay. So what are the principles of lean? So what actually the lean is? The lean is a principle driven tool based philosophy. Okay, this is a principle driven philosophy. This is a principle driven methodology, and that focuses on eliminating waste so that all activities, steps, and value from the customer's perspective can be met. So because in Six Sigma, what we do? In Six Sigma, we work on statistical data, then we identify the root cause and all. But Lean simply works on removing the waste, okay, eliminating the waste from the processes, and removing the non-value added activities from the processes. Sorry. The lean is business and other organizations use lean principles, practices, and tools to create precise customer value, goods and services with higher quality and fewer defects, with less human effort, less space, less capital, and less time than the traditional system of mass production. So the lean is used, the lean methodology is used in the organizations to use the less human effort, to less, to occupy the less space, to invest the less capital, to invest the less time than the traditional system of mass productions. Okay, the maniacal pursuit of the elimination of waste from every business process, with the ultimate goal of providing world-class quality delivery and service to our customers at the lowest possible cost. So increase customer responsiveness. If you want to increase the customer responsiveness by reducing cycle time in your organization, you must apply lean. If you want to deliver stronger value proposition to the customer with speed and quality, then you must apply lean in your organization. If you want to create capacity by eliminating waste, you must apply lean in your organization. Okay, when to use lean? As because several times I have told you that there are two types of methodology, two types of approach: lean approach and Six Sigma approach. So when to use Six Sigma and when to use lean? So lean can be used when causes are known. When the causes are known and the solution is complex, then you will use a lean methodology. Okay, but when the causes are unknown, causes of what? Causes of the issue. Let's say you want to increase the quality score in your organization, and you know the causes that why the quality score is going down, but the solution is complex, but the fixing is not that much easy. So what approach you will follow? You will follow the lean approach. If you are working on increasing the quality score, but you don't know the causes why the quality score is going down, and the solution is also not that much easier, then you will use which approach? Lean Six Sigma. Okay, so this is the difference. When you know the causes, just simply use lean. When you don't know the causes of any issue on which you are initiating the project, just go with the Six Sigma methodology. Okay, in Six Sigma methodology, what we do in lean, basically it reduces the time. The lean reduces the time, drives cycle time reduction, leveraging proven solutions. So by applying lean in your processes, what you can improve? You can improve the value stream mapping, you can streamline the process, you can eliminate the waste, you can implement the 5S, you can implement the Kaizen, and maximize the customer responsiveness with minimal resources. But while applying Six Sigma, what you can do? By applying Six Sigma, you can drive lower process variation and thereby defect reduction, leveraging analytical techniques. And for that, what you will implement? You will implement the DMAC process, DFSS and DMADV framework for complex problems with unclear root cause or design solutions. So for all these things, we will use Six Sigma and lean. So this was just the overview, my friends. This was the overview. Apart from that, if you want to know, give me a sec, please. If you want to go into much deeper, then I would suggest you to go with the green belt program, or at least with the black belt program. Then you will have a better comprehension, better understanding, and also you will be able to lead some projects in your organization, and along with your individual improvement, you can take your organization or your processes also to the next level in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. If you have any question, you may ask, please.
Hello, sir. I have a question.
Yes, Irfan.
Question is that if someone have the PMP,
yes,
and is it mandatory or is it necessary? He also doing the Six Sigma training, whatever the trainings, green belt, yellow belt, or black belt, or master belt, like this.
No, this is not mandatory, but this is like that. That if you want to do a graduation, so before that, if you will have at least intermediate graduate or high school graduate, so that will be good for you. Yeah, because
but I just my question is how we rank the Six Sigma and PMP.
PMP, of course, if you are working, if you are designated on such designation in your organization that you can initiate a project, so of course you should go for the PMP. But PMP will only help you that how to lead a project. Project management professional. The full form of PMP is project management professional. Project management professional will guide you how to lead a project, how to coordinate with the different coordinators during the life cycle of the project, how to set up the communication protocol, how to set up the roles and responsibility tools and that activity during the life cycle of the project. But How to do the analysis, PMP won't let you know about that. How to conduct measurement system analysis, how to measure the process capability, how to conduct the hypothesis testing, how to conduct the other several calculations and the analysis, PMP won't let you know about that.
Okay. And if I talk about the Six Sigma series,
Yes.
there is, I think, very basic or fundamental is the yellow belt.
Yes.
And what is the white belt? There is some white belt also.
White belt, but being a part of IMC, we do not offer any white belt program to the participants, because we don't want to make fool to our participants. We are only offering yellow belt, green belt, and black belt. So in yellow belt, because also yellow belt we are offering as a free to all the participants, and even after that we are providing your certificate. Yes, you are a yellow belt certified. But
for this, my question is that, is there white belt, is there any series, or just people create the terminology?
That's a terminology, or that's the way of earning some money. That's it. I would say.
Okay. Yeah. And about the yellow belt, we get the training today. But is there any paper regarding this? If we have to get the certification professionally or some accredited?
No, there is no any exam. There is no any assessment against it. But yes, you will get a certificate that you had been a part of the yellow belt training, and you will get a certificate of it.
But that is accredited. That is provided by some accredited institute or by IMC.
IMC, but IMC's curriculum is also accredited by the Council of Six Sigma. That's a body of UK.
CPD.
Yes.
And this certification which will provided us on this completion of yellow belt, is it accredited by CPD?
Yes. You will have that logo and everything on that certificate. If tomorrow you go to anywhere for the interview and you show that certificate, so simply by visiting our website, our IMC website, they can judge that. They can verify whether that's legal or not.
Okay. And the next series of the Sigma is the green series after the yellow.
Yes, green belt.
It is the proper way. I am not directly jump to the black belt.
Yes. So then green belt and then black belt.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
for the green belt, how many time is required, and how many classes and fees structure like this?
Approximately 24 hours.
Okay.
Yes, 24 hours. But being a part of the delivery, I can't quote you about the fee, though I know about that. But the right person will be Saza there. Saza and
no, just I not quoted somewhere, but I just make some idea, estimated how many cost.
It would be better if you ask to Saza. Saza is there, and some more people are there. They will explain you. Even you can get it from the website also. It's written on the website. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, my friend. Any questions? Anybody?
Yeah, Mr. Kumar, I really happy to know that is there any upcoming webinar for the green belt training? So please mention it also.
Khalil, it depends on you, my friend. Whenever you want, you will get enrolled. So subsequently, your classes will be scheduled.
No, I already enrolled for the green belt, but I'm happy to join on the webinar also, because it is easy to question or easy to learn for that. So I'm more happy to having a webinar like today we having it.
Oh, great. So your message, I'll convey your message to Shaza, and whenever we will have any such kind of webinar, you will be a part of that.
Okay. Is there any means option is there on the website we can easily access, or we can just watch out how many webinars are incoming in the future or near future like that?
Yes.
So we can just easily register and we can just get it ourselves there and then make attendance for that.
Yeah, that will be for yellow belt, not for the green belt. But if you are seeking for the green belt, I need to share this information with Shaza.
Because I
And
already enrolled for the
Green belt.
green belt. Yeah, green
Yes.
belt. So I'm happy to learn for the questioning, like cross questioning, like which is we having it today.
Yeah.
So it will be a more you can say it is more
Fruitful, yes.
effective, yeah, fruitful to get the more knowledge for
You
either
don't
to
worry.
see the video.
You don't worry. If you have all the sessions with me, you will have all the interactive classes like this.
Yeah, I send a message to directly on the Zoom.
Yeah.
So please have a reply if you feel not means
I
if you
will,
never
I will.
mind like that.
No problem. I will.
Actually, it was a direct message. So I'm happy if you will also support me for that.
Sure, no problem. I will.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. It's really
Welcome.
a great and wonderful session.
Welcome, Khalil. Oh, thank you.
I really got a lot of things.
Thank you.
And it will be added value for me in my career also, in my near
Of
future or
course,
future.
it's not only for you, all the people, because it's my always it's my best try to for all my participants, for all my audience.
It is really a very means fruitful or very informative.
Yes.
As I get experience, I actually having experience of 15 years
Thank you,
in this region.
Atif, thank you, Shafiq.
So
thank you, Joseph.
I'm looking for the certification actually.
Okay. Yes, I have a question.
Yes, who's this, my friend?
I am Saurabh. I have a question. Do you can give me a chance to raise the question?
Yes, please. Yes. Thank you, Balpinder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. First question to you. If we have any tolerance level, like if we see there maximum 20 or maximum 30 means 0 to 30, there is no plus minus value.
Okay.
How do we can calculate the CPK or CP value? Means how do we can measure the process capability from this tolerance level? If we see the maximum 20 or 30, means the process cannot goes down in a negative portion. It only from the 0 to maximum 20 or 30, just like that. How
okay,
do
just
we
do
can
one thing.
measure
Okay,
the-
just do one thing. Do you have pen and paper handy right now?
Sorry?
Do you have a pen and paper handy?
No.
You don't have any pen and paper. Because I'm not able to share my screen with you, my friend, else I would explain you how to identify the CPK. Okay, let me explain you. See, what is the formula of CPU? Okay, the formula of CPU is USL minus mean divided by 3 times the standard deviation. Okay. The formula of CPL is mean minus LSL divided by 3 times the standard deviation. Okay. Now, whichever be smaller out of these two, that will be your CPK. Have you got it?
Yes. I got it, the CPK. But if we found any tolerance level, means I can got the value 10, 12, 30, 13, 14, just like that, within the range. But how do we can calculate the CPK from this tolerance level?
One second. What is your USL here?
There is USL. Yes. USL is the 20 or 20 maximum.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. 20 is the USL. Okay. What is LSL here?
There is no LSL. LSL here, according to the specification, maybe 0.
0. That's okay. And what is the
but I can add the information that the process cannot goes down 0.
Less than 0.
It is impossible for this process.
That's okay.
We never get the value 0.
That's okay. No problem. Now, what is the current average performance of the process?
If we see the Minitab assistance, we get the performance within the 2%.
No, no, average performance. I'm asking my friend about the average performance.
Average performance
Maria. Thank you.
around 13, 14, 15,
Okay.
around this.
Okay, okay, thank you. So now do one thing, 20 minus 15.
Okay.
What is the standard deviation of the performance right now?
0.5.
0.5. Just multiply this 0.5 by 3.
Okay.
1.5.
Okay, yes.
So now 20 minus 15 divided by 1.5. What you will get now?
Sorry, again.
See, 20 was your USL, okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Now let me note it down. Though you are not able to see the screen, but let me do it calculation for you.
No, I cannot see your screen.
Yes, of course, I know. Okay, see, USL is 20.
Yes, USL is 20.
Mean is 15.
Yes, mean is 15.
LSL is 0.
Yes.
The standard deviation is 0.5.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is CPU? So the formula for CPU is USL minus mean divided by 3 times the standard deviation.
Yes.
Okay. So what is your USL? 20. What is your mean? 15 divided
Yes.
by 3 times the standard deviation. So 1.5.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what is your CPL? CPL will be mean minus 15 minus 0. Mean minus
Yes.
LSL divided by 3 times the standard deviation. The standard deviation is what? 0.5.
Yes.
Multiplied by 3. Multiplied it by 3. So it will become 1.5. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
1.5. Right. So your CPK will be 3.33.
CPK will be 3.33.
3.33.
Okay, thanks a lot to clear me.
The lower one will be the CPK, na?
Yes, lower one will be CPK. Yes, you are correct, my friend.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome. Any questions, guys?